Volenat Sapkasat. Everybody out there, how you guys doing? Big love from around the globe. The inside out globe. I think we might be on the inside of the globe, but shh, don't tell anybody. I don't think it's quite flat. I think it's like a little bit more round than flat, but I don't think we're on the outside. I think we're insiders. So, Volenat, we've got Howard, we've got Kobe. Is that a new tag, Kobe? Yeah? Kobe Sato. Used to be Kobe 2.0. Or is it different? No, it's the same Kobe. Big love. And we've got Our Tuition. Big love, Our Tuition. How you doing? Yeah, well, I think that's not what they told us it is. Makes me think of Rage Against the Machine. So we're here in the studio. We've got a really cool discussion for today. And I promise you I haven't had anything to smoke at all, like in a long time, just in case you go, like, this dude's giggling far more than Indy is. Maybe I'm just getting a little stoned just looking at Hindi, you know? It's like I said, dude, you look as good as I feel. So we got a cool topic here: parapsychology, tarot symbolism, root language, I-Ching. It's gonna go wild. It's the balls on the field, so to speak. Why are my hands doing weird stuff on the screen? I feel like I'm under a strobe light. So without any further ado, let's get down and funky with the crew. These aren't rehearsed poetries. These are just a little bit of idiosyncrasies. We've got Indy Sage, who's the shadow worker. He works with shadows primarily, but he's deeply embedded within the Tao. I-Ching's probably one of his babies, though he's anthropologist at heart. So he looks at the bones of history. He fiddles around with the bones of history, looking for the cracks and crevices where the truth does hide. And we've got dear Cosmic Prankster here, who is the equivalent of a modern day John Dee, only he doesn't need a crystal ball at all. I got a mini one here. This is a beautiful black one, but this isn't baked. They normally bake the black quartz to get them to turn black. This is a natural. They're not normally this dark, naturally. So, yeah, Cosmic's also got a background in Western occultism. I mean, we all pretty much across the field have quite a broad background. Cosmic's also got a background in I think, mixed occult therapeutics, but he's been channeling his own system for a number of years. So he's got his own gig running now. And without any further ado, I'm going to let the brothers speak directly to you. Give them a piece of your mind, brothers.
All right. So glad to be here today. This is going to be a great discussion. And we've been learning so much recently about a lot of this stuff. So it's going to be a lot to share. And as Franklin mentioned, I do a lot of research. I have a little bit of a background with my BA in psychology. But I learned so much more after school, after focusing my studies in research and advanced statistics. I was able to garnish a way to really look into the deep and into the shadows and pull out some information that's being hidden amidst a lot of misinformation and disinformation that's being pushed upon us. So I found that recently it's getting a little harder to find fringe information. So, but I've been able to get down to it and do some research this morning. I'll be able to share a couple authors with you and some research on DNA of some of the various other hominids that they've found with elongated skulls and such. Should be pretty exciting. I'm going to pass the mic to Cosmic.
Oh, thanks, Cindy. Yeah, I think I'm kind of I'm sort of interested in the whole parapsychology angle. That was something I also had some time looking into. Some of the research of people like Sheldrake, Radin, and there's other people who've done parapsychology work, out there. And I think that it's definitely an important field that needs to be, considered and looked at more and treated with a better level of respect. And Because I think in a lot of ways it sort of helps tie a lot of things together, a lot of belief systems in a way that we can just use through pure like observation and reasoning. So yeah, this will be an interesting topic today.
Definitely a lot of excitement when it comes to a lot of the parapsychology research out there. Unfortunately, though, it's knocked, isn't it? You know, there are certain scientific people out there that believe that they are above this parapsychology and that it is voodoo, voodoo. It's not real science. So it's often touted as a pseudoscience by people who consider themselves real scientists. We follow in the footsteps of Newton, you know. We want to newt our intellect. Let's cut its balls right off. And so they end up with a neutered intellect and start, you know, falling around each other's feet with nonsense like, you know, ether isn't real. So I think like parapsychology is probably one of the fields that I also started a lot of my research. I can't find, do you guys in the chat know about this? I can't find it anywhere. There used to be all these little books that I used to read as a child when I was like 12. And we had a pile of them like this big at home. And I read them all. I read everything. They were called the Psychical Research Center, and they were small little penguin books. Have you guys come across them? They were like published in the 30s, 40s. They're very old. And they're written in sort of a high English.
Wish I did.
And it was just research, parapsychology research from like earlier on in the last century. And it was just, you know, one scientific research experiment after another, and different scientists' work and what they had discovered, what they had done. And it was just like really so interesting. And I was talking to my girlfriend about this the other day and saying, you know, those little penguin books. She was like, no. I was like, come on, man. I used to see them in a lot of places. And I'd read like probably about, I don't know, 20 of them. And they were small little books like that big, little pockety, almost pocket books. And, you know, they were thin. So like each book would only have so much content in it. But there was like, when you added them up, there was quite a lot of them. I say at least 20. I have no idea how many I read because we must have had like 20 in our home. But to think about it, whenever I saw those books, I would buy them. I had my own collection of these books years later. But anyway, that's sort of something that kickstarted my journey. And I think probably somebody who isn't credited enough, and the reason I think that they're not credited enough for the parapsychology that we have today is Dr. Jung, right? Carl Gustav Jung. He, I think, did more hands-on research. And by that, I mean how many tens of thousands of hours of actual scientific method cataloged research that he did with various different peoples relating to the archetypes. This is how he came up with the theory of archetypes, right? By researching all of the people that came to him and they would tell him his dreams. And he started like mapping this out and realizing, hold on, people from different cultures coming out with the same ideas, the same images, the same concepts in their dream that just didn't add up. You know, what are Westerners dreaming about Ganesha or Ganapati for? It's you know, and then he started noticing there with his egregoric group mind consciousnesses. And that drove him into ESP. And so he did quite a lot of research into the parapsychology. And I think he was sort of, you could say, the trailblazer that sort of, you know, laid the ground. And from there, a lot of people have picked up the baton. But back in those days, I think, check me if I'm wrong, I think education was more free, right? It wasn't so controlled by corporations, was it? So if you were a research scientist, it was easier for you to get, you know, it was easier for you to get a platform to do your work, to do your research, where these days it's pretty much all controlled by corporations and investments into this fund and that fund. And, you know, it's a money game more than I think in the older days. Maybe there was a bigger budget set apart or set aside for this kind of research for science. So yeah, without any further ado, shall we take a little deep dive? And do you guys want to start the ball rolling?
Yeah, I wanted to sort of jump on what you were saying earlier, Franklin, because I think worth bare mentioning, because you mentioned before about how, you know, a lot of, you know, the scientific community, you know, shuns parapsychology. It looks down upon it. And I think there's something that I need to kind of like, you know, elaborate to help people kind of understand and bring the, you know, bring that point, you know, closer to home, is that because on the surface level, it sounds like a reasonable proposition. I'm going to say why it's not, but I need to say why it seems like a reasonable, because you think it's certain like, oh, you know, because obviously it's like the skeptics will say, oh, well, there isn't really, you know, a substantial amount of evidence that proves his claims. There's small, you know, evidential claims, but there's not a sufficient level of evidence to support this claim. And at first you think, okay, that sounds like a reasonable proposition. Maybe we just haven't gathered enough evidence to prove it up. So let's just simply gather more evidence. The problem that I've found is that there's no way to determine what that evidence actually is. What I'm saying is like, it's like you would think like, okay, so for example, let's do a thought experiment. Let's say I'm trying to prove an alien's existence, right? And I have a photo of an alien, right? And the scientists will say like, you know, okay, one photo is not good enough. But you think, okay, one photo is not good enough, but maybe 5,000 photos will be proof. And you think, oh, I need 5,000. But the thing is, you get 5,000 photos, and then the scientists are going to say, no, I need 50,000 photos. And there's the problem with this, and why it's not necessarily an objective metric, is that there's no sort of capping off point that says, okay, this is, because the thing about scientific beliefs is that the idea of science is that with enough evidence, any theory can essentially be proven or disproven if a substantial amount of evidence supports it. And the problem with a lot of these materialist beliefs is there's no quantifiable or measurable amount of evidence that, like, what I'm saying is there's like, okay, you know, let's say there's an amount of evidence that is required to prove a supernatural phenomenon exists. How much evidence do I need? What I'm saying is, what is the quantifiable amount of evidence I need to prove this claim is true and disprove the materialist assumption? And the problem with materialism is there is no quantifiable number. There is no amount that says this is the substantial amount of proof. And that, from that perspective, I think that's why we should be skeptical of the skepticism towards the paranormal, because there's no standard or metric for the paranormal to actually prove itself in the materialist paradigm. So in a way, it's like it's playing a game that's rigged. Like they're playing the game of you have enough evidence, but the problem with a lot of science is that they keep moving the goalposts. So whatever you think you've got enough evidence, whether you think you've gotten the amount of evidence that they ask for, the skeptics just keep asking for more and more evidence. So with that goal posting shift, now if you got to a point where like you have a skeptic like, oh, I'm skeptical, and then you get to a point where like, oh, that seems like enough evidence, because that's how I was, as a skeptic. I'm like, it's like, okay, I'm skeptical. I don't see that there's enough evidence for these claims. But then I do some research and I looked at it and I'm like, okay, I feel like there is a satisfactory amount of evidence that proves the claims now. Like there's an actual standard or metric or threshold where I say, okay, I admit this is real now because you provided enough evidence. And the issue with materialist skepticism in mainstream science is there's no limit cap. There's no threshold one can cross over to move from disproven to proven. And that, I think, is why one should be skeptical of the scientific claims if they're in no way willing to admit they're wrong when the actual evidence proves they're wrong.
I think another reason for there not being a benchmark, if I'm going to be completely honest, because like you say, I had seen sufficient evidence, like, 1989 must have been when I flew through all those penguin books, just that one group of penguin books. Do you know how many scientists have been out there with people with cards? And how many hundreds of thousands of hours have been logged with people testing people? And how reliable that is when you're testing thousands of people, right? For cards. Like, guess the right card. and you get a baseline statistic, and you get one person that sits down and they knock this baseline out, where they should guess the right card 25% of the time, they're guessing the right card 45% of the time consistently. And then somebody else sits down and they guess the wrong card 45% consistently. And you go like, how does that work? Right? There should be a baseline. And so I think there's, like, even just with that, there's quite a lot of evidence that's out there. And the reason I think that the so-called scientists, I call them the so-called scientists because they pat themselves in the back and go, I'm a real scientist, you know, I do real science, and I am a so-called scientist. Those ones, they've got a lot of skin in the game. Imagine you've got all your skin in a game that promotes a particular model of physical reality, right? And there's evidence that proves that this physical reality isn't quite what we thought it was. Why? Because precognition is possible. So how could precognition be possible with my model of reality? No, but well, I've got a PhD invested in papers that I wrote that confirm that my form of reality that I speak about is reality. So I've got to protect my PhD. I got to protect the credibility that I have gained with the particular research that I have promoted. And now I'm being forced to acknowledge that maybe I was wrong about everything. Because if precognition exists as a reality, which I think is beyond like not being proved, right? I mean, I myself have witnessed it a lot. And you know, the thing is, we've all witnessed it. We have all witnessed it. 80% of people. This is why you've got to stop and ask yourself, what are these scientists doing? Because they know, they've experienced it. And all of their families have experienced it, and their friends. And they've heard it said to them, like, old friend, haven't spoken to that old friend in 6 months. And they decide to phone their friend. And their friend says, isn't that funny? I was just thinking about you just half an hour ago. And here you are phoning me. Wow. We've all experienced that multiple times. And what are the odds of you phoning a friend that you haven't phoned in so long, and they happen to be thinking about you and thinking about calling you, and then you call? That is such a common thing. Or someone phones and you're thinking about that person in that moment that they call, and it's like, oh, so funny. Do you know how many times I've called people and they're like in a group and they go, oh, we were just talking about you, dude. Like, here you are calling. Like, if I had a buck for every time that's happened. And so, like, I always had a knack for calling people when they were talking about me. If they were like having a conversation, oh, do you know Franklin? You know that guy? And the phone rings. Oh, here he is. It's like, are you talking about me? But so, and it goes beyond that. You know, the whole idea of materialism that they're trying to push on us. And I think this is like really where we're starting to touch base in this conversation. Like, you know, where the I-Ching and the tarot and the symbolism of the tarot, what language it's speaking to us, the very nature of the word, the vibrations, the cymatic resonances that come from our vocal box, how they interact with reality around us. And I mean, I think it's fair to make the assessment or the assumption that everybody has had some kind of a psychic experience in their life, or most people, right? If not directly, indirectly. And so it seems to me that there's actually a concerted effort to keep a lid on this, right? To keep a lid on people starting to question the nature of reality. And I think science is where the lid is. And maybe it's because in the past, those that went too far from the little brick road were excommunicated from the Church of Science and no longer allowed to take part in our scientific seances. You won't be part of our seance anymore. you were excommunicated from our church. I think this is a real fear that a lot of scientists have. So maybe a lot of the reasons why people dogmatically say what you say, Cosmic, is because they're afraid of how their peers will view them. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, that's definitely part of it for sure. It is the whole idea of wanting to look good, wanting to appear intelligent. I wanted to kind of like talk about. You were talking about knowing people when you call them up and knowing it's them when they call you. You should probably I have to kind of fear tell you what the skeptical rebuttal to usually that is that they call confirmation bias. Well, the skeptic will say it's like, okay, you heard somebody call you up on the phone, but you weren't thinking about the times where you thought about somebody and they didn't call you and it was someone else. You're only thinking about the times where you were successful and you ignore all the times where it wasn't successful. Well, you should also add that Sheldrake actually put this to a test. So what he did was he had it so that you would have one person and you would find 4 friends or coworkers in your area. And they decided that one would call you randomly. And the idea was you would call the person and you would say who is on the line before the other person asks. And the answer would either be correct or incorrect. Now, if it was just random chance, you would probably get this correct 25% of the time. But according to Sheldrake's studies, it was something more along the line of 30 to 35%. And that's a very statistically significant number. I think the other thing we have to talk about when talking about psychic phenomenon is I think that it's not just science that creates this false impression of science. It's that movies and popular media create an unrealistic expectation as to how magic works. So from the skeptic's perspective, it's not so much that, it's not just that magic has to exist. It has to work 100% every single time with no flaws and 100% accuracy. And I find the reality is that I think that magic and psychic phenomenon is real, but it's messy, it's sloppy, it's unpredictable, it can be chaotic, it can even be random in its own sense. So in a sense, it's there and it's a real tangible phenomenon, but it's not as sort of clean and nicely put together as magic is in, let's say, like a Harry Potter movie, where it's like you say the spell and the same predictable action automatically happens every single time. If you really think about it, magic in itself is like even if you have a specific intention and that intention manifests in your life, you're not necessarily certain how that manifestation actually takes place and how it actually manifests. You're not sure how it's going to manifest, but it manifests in some way. And I think when it comes to magic and occultism, it's not that it doesn't work. It's just that it's kind of tricky to get to work, but it does seem to work, is what I'm saying. There is something there. There does seem to be a real tangible psychic phenomenon, but it's not as clean cut and it's not as predictable as it is portrayed in a lot of popular media. And I think that goes into the scientific narrative, and they think, oh, well, it's not working like I expected to in Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, therefore it's not real because it doesn't meet my own subjective criteria as to what I, the skeptic, think magic is supposed to be and how I think magic is supposed to act and operate. I just think in a lot of ways, it's like magic is real. It's just not quite as real as some of these Hollywood movies make it out to be. Like, it's real, but it's not so insanely real. Like, oh my God, like a phoenix is gonna, come out of my magic wand and it's gonna literally set everything ablaze. But at the same time, though, it's like there is an aspect that mind and consciousness does affect matter. It may not do it so in this flashy, splashy Hollywood way, but it's there, and that's what's important at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it's like important to recognize that like magic is like an art. And so these people are deliberately using the wrong metric. That's like saying that there's no such thing as songwriting if somebody doesn't write a song every time they touch their instrument, right? Where like you might be inspired, and in that inspired moment hit that threshold of consciousness where you channel and some song comes through you, and you write a song. But it's not a given, right? And so it's almost a way for them to say, well, there's no such thing as songwriting, it doesn't exist. Write a song for me? No, doesn't exist. You didn't write a song. Now I gave you a chance to write a song. You didn't. And I think magic is more like writing a song. Indie brother, did you have something on your mind?
I was like working on some other stuff I could bring in later. But as far as the response to your question earlier, what people think about being open, or whether they're more inhibited by like being judged or criticized by others, I really do think that people are very sensitive about this, and they care what other people think too much, typically. And so people will limit their material that they share with others to things that are like popular or of common belief, or like backable on like basic common knowledge and stuff. And so when people talk about things that are like fringe, it's being considered like neurodivergent. And so I think it's been interpreted that neurodivergent is just another way of saying unprogrammable. They're not people that are not really interested in the mainstream, people that are not interested in the mainstream narrative, people that are interested in anything but that, and really more interesting things that are like hidden beneath it. And some people get lost in the fantasy of things, and other people are really interested in the truth. But they're all really looking into a deeper side of things. And so I feel like if the collective is referred to as the willfully ignorant, then these kind of people are probably somewhat honored in a sense for looking a little deeper. But with that comes like isolation from the collective. So they're going to be in like a smaller group and have like fewer friends, and maybe be picked on every once in a while. But I think ultimately that can make people tougher and give them more solitude to do their work. And it's really ultimately, I think, for the best in the long run. Divine timing and everything. So it really works out, I think, but although it's a difficult road, and I think that it's a good road to take for me. And so for me, I feel like sharing information that goes against the narrative is often questioned. But if you do a lot of research and you can align your narrative of some fringe ideas with like what can be not really stood up against, like what can be like basically is consistent with everything that is true, and then is in a state that like people can't really argue against, because it's a sound understanding of truth. And when you understand truth, it's very simple and it's not hard to understand. And so that makes it very impacting on people. Whereas lies can be very complicated and overly complex and hard for people to understand, and feel like they're dumb when they're coming up against them sometimes because complex. But oftentimes that level of complexity is either a misunderstanding or intentional confusion. That's done through our society through compartmentalization of information and ideations. So in the old times, when we had our science and our spirituality as one, in like the Kemetic times, the Hermetic principles and such, for example, things were more integrated. In the ancient times of language, we had music was part of the alphabet. So learning the alphabet was learning the number system and the musical system as well. And so those times were probably a lot more able to facilitate magical, energetic components of humanity that had been lost. Because I think now that we have to learn all these different systems separately, it may take away from our capacity to be able to create within those systems. But I feel like people are starting to create new systems that start to integrate these things again. Like, for example, we're looking at this enneagram that Franklin's put together that goes back to the Chaldeans, the Sabbateans, and we have Cosmic here has his own system he's put together. It's glorious, exploring the different places of the mind of where people go in their ideations. So I think it's interesting times, and we definitely see there's always going to be a contrast between the mainstream and the mainstream narrative and the people that are trying to conform, and then the people that are like disconformists, which are going to be conspiracists or something of sorts, or whatever you want to refer to them as. But I think these individuals are able to oftentimes find lost things, lost information, and make great impact and change. And that's been happening recently. So a lot of this stuff is way more available and popular, and sometimes with that comes obfuscation, and they try to slant things a little bit, or the game of telephone happens and things get a little bit lost in the shuffle. But it's good for those things to come into main stage sometimes. Give people the glance.
Yeah, I agree with these sentiments as well. I think there is definitely, there are a lot of different factors that are playing into this paradigm. I'm noticing a couple of comments in the chat as well. And namaste to the new people that arrived. I saw Hollow Bone Hawk, the Star, and everybody else that's joining in the background. Big love and blessings to you. And what was it that I saw that was interesting? Scientifically manipulating magic using conceptual systems in our mind. And that's an interesting point. It's sort of like this. You can memorize a speech, right? But when you have to say that speech in a room full of people, it gets different, doesn't it? Ask any actor. They know their lines until they're on set or they're on the Broadway stage, right? And then the pressure's on. So the human mind, I think when we're dealing with something like, the magical systems or psychic ability or ESP, the mind plays tricks on us. I'll give you a classic example. Let's say you're juggling and you're doing your thing and you're juggling and you're enjoying yourself. And I've been in that trance where I've picked up balls and I've just started juggling. I'm like, hey, this is actually it's quite cool to just do this. And then someone starts watching you. And you suddenly start dropping the balls. And you have to laugh at yourself and go, okay, so now I'm getting self-conscious of the fact that I'm being watched and I'm dropping my balls. And I think that's the metaphor behind a lot of mental things, because the consciousness shines back at itself and we become double self-conscious. So I think when it comes to proving a lot of these things experientially in front of a laboratory, this is why a lot of psychics that go into laboratories to get tested fail, because it's sort of like tightrope walking while you got people shouting and screaming at you and throwing tomatoes at you, your concentration. Where if you're just tightrope walking, you'll be fine. But imagine you're tightrope walking and the crowd's heckling you, right? And they're laughing at you and they're like, how's that going to make you feel on your tightrope? Well, what are the odds of you actually falling off? So there are a lot of these things to take into account, which is why if you go to the circus, right, what do you notice when people are tightrope walking? You'll notice there's a drum roll. Yeah. Have you ever wondered what the drum roll's for? Well, the drum roll's to drown out the noise of the mind, to drown out the noise of the other people's minds, to drown out all of the sound, basically mental sound, physical sound, so that your concentration is just focused on the drum roll. And I think that is quite important to consider, And also, Cosmic, you mentioned Rupert Sheldrake, and I love that Sheldrake's field theories of morphogenesis, which were actually biological in nature more than parapsychology, but they cross over into the field of parapsychology because, well, the electromagnetic filaments, which are like the basis of the communication system between the DNA and the surroundings, which is the factor that drives the, what do we call it? The factors. I hope I'm still with you guys.
You're kind of breaking up, but you're back right now. I just want to say that, as a channeler and a medium, I have firsthand experience of exactly what you're talking about. Because, one of the things I do with the Fae channeling practice is that usually on like Telegram or whatever, I'll have the Fae speak to other people. I'll have, people will ask, questions to Fae spirits. And, if things are kind of like people are open to it, I'll get really good synchronicities. I'll really feel the presence of the spirit. But every now and then you're going to get somebody that's going to want to try to really, they think I'm bullshit and they try to prove you, and they're just like, what object is in this room? Pick it right now. Pick this object right now. And that mindset of like having to like, oh my God, I got to defend my belief system. It throws you out of the trance necessary to achieve the psychic state in the first place. So yeah, it exactly makes sense that you have to be in an environment where you're not feeling like, you got to prove yourself to somebody, because that creates a sense of like of tension and a little bit of anxiety. And that tension and anxiety is counterintuitive for the type of state of consciousness that you're actually trying to create. So it actually creates almost, so if in any way, because if you think about psychic phenomenon, the whole idea is that you try to get outside of your sort of your intellectual logical mind and access your kind of your more etheric astral consciousness, right? But if you got somebody like who's like interrogating you and demanding that to prove why your spiritual practice is logical and demanding all this evidence, that forces you back into that logical rational mind in order to prove that phenomenon doesn't work or whatever. And so I would say to that, like, yeah, that's absolutely, accurate in terms of, and I've seen that in parapsychology studies too, where when they have like skeptics that are really, intimidating and really kind of like, interrogating these people, they usually kind of freeze up and they don't fail. Cause like, in order to really be psychic, there has to be kind of a sort of a mental and emotional sort of openness. And when you're in that situation of like, come on, you got to prove it, otherwise you're going to be wrong. And if you just prove it, everybody's going to laugh at you. It puts you in this tense kind of like state. And it's not really apt for like, and I think that there's nothing wrong with, wanting to prove or disprove parapsychological phenomenon. It's just simply that type of methodology is not effective for actually assessing the phenomenon's nature in and of itself.
I think that's a well put summary, of the idea. And yeah, I would say that that's like basically, that is the gist of it. I think we get back to the first principle, Hermes' first principle, that the universe is a mental experience, and we're all bound mentally. We like to think of our minds as being separate. We're thinking separately, but we're one mind thinking separately, in a sense, where this is why telepathy, like why is it that telepathy exists, like to anyone that's experienced it? Well, it's because like my mind is thinking independently of yours, right? But we're thinking in the same mind. The same as like I'm independent from you, but I'm in the same world. I'm breathing the same air as you, drinking the same water as you. It's being recycled through my body, through the system. There could be water molecules that you drank as a baby that I'll drink as an old man, right? In the same village. There could be air particles that I've breathed in and out that you'll breathe in and out at some point in your life, or someone else. And so there's this constant sharing of, There might have been something that came out through my urine or my feces that will go into an apple after 5 years that a little child's going to eat. What a thought. But, you know, because that's how it is. So I think there's a lot more of synergetic expression than what there is. And that openness, which is required, is an openness to be able to go into the deeper aspects of the mind. And I think this sort of opens us to the next sort of, like, you know, where this conversation can move towards, how that parapsychology relates to the I-Ching and to the tarot and the symbolism, and how the root of language grew from this. I mean, that I think is a very interesting topic in itself. But getting into the tarot or the I-Ching or a myriad of other forms of systems that there are that one can use that basically operate in the same way. My girlfriend, for example, she swears blind. Body testing, right? So she uses muscle testing. And muscle testing for her is the tarot or I-Ching. And she'll ask a question, and the question will be relative to a particular meridian in the body. And she'll test that meridian and see how the body reacts to that question. And there will be subtle telltale reactions in the body, in the subtle muscular texture. And so it becomes like a decoding tool for something that's quite abstract that can be put into context of logic. And so, you know, she believes, like, you know, you can test for everything, which makes perfect sense. The same way as you can use a tarot pack to figure out what you should and shouldn't be eating, or the I-Ching, right? You could be asking the I-Ching about your diet. You're probably going to get a fairly accurate answer, the same as you would from body muscle testing, from various different systems. You've got the systems of kinesiology, you've got iridology, sorry, you've got the tapping, the EFT tapping. You've got a lot of different systems to test the body and a lot of different systems to test the psyche. And they sort of show this connection between ourselves, our bodies, and our environments. So, you know, I think that's probably a good point. What do you think? What do you guys think, you know, is the purpose of people starting to want to know the future? I think that's quite an important question. What do you guys think?
People want to know the future potentially for one reason, because they see a lot of change coming. I feel like there's a lot of different climate things happening, particularly in the North Pole. Rapid heating up there that's been unseen before for people for generations. So I think people are wondering, where's this going to go? And I feel like a lot of people have these ideas about the future where, like, when are we going to get these flying cars or something? Whereas other people are thinking, like, things is going to collapse. Like, how are we going to keep technology after all this inundations from nature right now, with all the volcanoes, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding, fires everywhere? It's just gotten a little out of control. But I think, you know, there's other reasons too. People want to figure out, like, are we going to be able to prevent this new world order thing from happening, or is it already in motion? They've been making, like, some kind of strange motions in America, like they shut down the federal government, and they're saying something about, like, double speak about how the corporation of the United States has ended. Now they're going back to the republic of the actual government, supposedly, which to me means the opposite of what they're saying is what's going on. If they're making some kind of strange changes like this all of a sudden and they're telling us about it, I don't know. It's a bit odd to me, you know, politically, where is things going? financially, where's the economic system going? There's a lot of concerns. The climate thing is a big thing for me. I've always been interested in where's that going. And there's some psychics have said that there may be a flood, a major worldwide global flood event, if the Greenland ice cap melts and raises the sea levels. So hopefully that won't happen rapidly, create a massive event. But they're saying sometime between 2030 and 2050 there will be an event.
I think one of the reasons why tarot works, and this is I guess I would say maybe a semi-skeptical perspective, because it's not necessarily one that denies the sort of divinatory process of tarot. But I look at it as, well, when I first started understanding tarot as a skeptic, the way it made sense to me is that I look at my mind as kind of like I'll have a certain thought process a certain day, like a certain algorithmic pattern of thoughts that I kind of bounce back and forth in. And when you plug that into a tarot card, it's like it gives you a completely different perspective on the issue that your mind never conceived of before. So if you ask a question about your life and you have a certain card, like maybe the Chariot associated with that, taking that idea and extrapolating that with the Chariot, regardless of what that idea is it's like it gives you a different, I see it from this perspective, but this tarot card is showing it from this other perspective. I think of it as like you're taking a tesseract and you're slightly rotating it, right? So you see in real life your 3D sort of understanding of reality, right? But then it's like you take the fourth dimensional wheel and you kind of spin it like that Price is Right wheel. And then it's like, now I see this whole issue from a completely different perspective and see new insight. So if anything, the way I look at divination is it's like you're adding an additional dimension of understanding to reality. You're adding a sort of because no matter what tarot card you pick in regards to the situation, it's going to give you a higher dimensional understanding of the issue you're dealing with. So let's say, like your example before, like you're talking about your girlfriend with the whole kinesiology thing and using tarot to map out muscle structures or figure out something that's going on with her body. And then what the tarot cards are doing is it's allowing her to understand her body from intellectual and conceptual dimensions that she's not thinking at the current time, allowing for a new understanding to be generated. So in a way, I guess it's like, if I look at what the tarot is, I don't necessarily see it as something that predicts the future, as I'm not really sure specifically is one future. It seems that there's a lot of potential futures that we can kind of head towards. But it's definitely like, I think what divination does is it kind of allows you to get a higher dimensional picture. So think of like a tesseract, for example. If I just have like one single point, I don't really have a good idea of what the shape is. But if I have 2 points and I can connect the dots together, now I can start to get a more accurate understanding and a more accurate model of the type of reality or the type of insight that I'm trying to understand. So it's like so I think of it like in terms of my Zerfax system, right? So you have one Zerfax, right? 34 dimensional Zerfax of your current situation of reality that you're trying to ask a question about. And when you use the tarot or I-Ching or any of these other divination systems, you're adding an additional Zerfax of insight, an additional Zerfax of dimensionality to increase the understanding of the thing you were trying to inquire before. So if anything, that's kind of an interesting way to look at it. Like, I look at the tarot as essentially a kind of the mind using a kind of a fourth dimensional extension apparatus to understand aspects of phenomena that it couldn't necessarily understand with its current sort of mundane sort of sensory processing algorithmic outlook.
Yeah, just to be clear, what I was saying was she uses muscle testing in the way that anybody else could use a tarot pack, which is interesting. So she could sit down with you and she could do a reading for you. And she could test muscles. And testing the muscles will give her the answers she needs to get. And they will work pretty much the same way as a tarot works. So think of how a pendulum works, right? There's this unconscious expression of relaxation and tension through the body, through the various different meridian system, because the body's got its own intelligence. So like, I think, basically what we forget is that like our notion of reality is we're not living in the present, we're living in the past. Because these senses have recorded information in the past. They have sent the information to parts of the brain where that information in the past was processed. After that information was processed in the past, it was sent to other parts of the brain, and then it ended up at the parietal lobes, where in the past it created an image, a snapshot image of reality. That snapshot image of reality is then being experienced in the present, but all of the data collected was collected in the past. So we are literally living in the past. And it could be like, in certain aspects, it could be fractions of a second. In certain aspects, it could be up to 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For example, what neuroscientists have noticed and observed is that like when you walk into a room, if it's a familiar room, your mind will fill in the gaps, right? Your memories will fill in the gaps. And you won't pay attention to everything around you. You'll pay attention to things that matter to you, so that you've got more processing power to focus on what's important to you, and everything else in the background will just be created by memories. So you're not even in the room that you think you're in. How's that for a head trip, right? You walk into a room, you're actually in a room that has been created by your brain in the past. And let's look through its previous catalog, weeks ago, months ago, whatever, and chosen the right, okay, well, this image will do. We're going to fill in the background with some of the data from these images in our past, because we don't need to pay attention and format and take in all the data of all the information around. He's only really looking at this computer screen now. So he's not really looking at, that particular little table where I dropped one of Joshua, my son's little tops, because I found a laying outside. It blew off the line and it was dry, where there's a little vase with some flowers that my girlfriend gave me. And like, I'm not really focusing on that. Now I'm looking at it and I'm suddenly seeing the different little flowers and the shapes of it. But my memory had filled that in for me. And I was in this room today, and it was probably my memory from 3 days ago or 2 days ago that was used to fill in the gap of that. So how much of reality is just memories filling in the gap? How much of our actual reality we experience is actually the past that we think we're experiencing now? But we're experiencing reality through a little tunnel. And namaste, Vincent. How you doing? I hope you're good, man. Yeah, well, precognition, precognition, I think there's different kinds of precognition, Howard. That's an interesting point, because you get some kinds of precognitions which are like deja vu, and science tries to explain it by saying it's got to do with the brain operating. Okay, that could be the case. Precognition, like I in martial arts, like one of the reasons why I was a good fighter was because of my ability to be present quicker than someone else can be present. So it's like knowing what they're going to do before it's done. And I often used to catch myself in the ring and I didn't know how I did it. Like, I didn't know how he was going to come at me with that hand punch and how this kick was going to intercept him halfway between him and me and catch him on the jaw. I didn't know. I didn't plan it and go, okay, he's going to come at me with a left front hand punch. And as he comes with that punch, I'm going to kick him on the jaw. No, it was just like some part of me, I'm starting the kick before he starts the punch. But because I started the kick before he starts the punch, it lands on his jaw before he gets to finish his punch, you know? And I was like what's called a four-stall fighter. So I would like be like a cat. I'd be waiting for my opponent and I'd draw him in. I'd let him corner me or I'd corner him. And I was most dangerous in the corner. Because then I'm like a wild cat. But like that's like almost like precognition in a way, because you're getting into time and you're tuning into time deeper than the other person's tuning into time. So you're moving ahead, you're moving before they've even experienced reality. You're processing reality faster, right? And because your brain is processing reality faster, you're like a step ahead of them. So it's called having really quick reflexes. But what are quick reflexes? Like sometimes when something falls from a cupboard and I catch it, like let's say I open a cupboard and I take something out and something else falls out there and I'll catch it. Some part of me knew that was going to happen sometimes, you know. I've been in situations where something falls and I'll like reach out and catch it. And people be like, how did you do that? And I'd be like, I don't know. But if I think about it, some part of me was knowing that that's going to happen now. As weird as that sounds, like, you know what's going to happen. So there's that kind of precognition, which could be to do with faster processing of reality, and you can get like a second ahead. But then there's a kind of precognition where you wake up one day and you're like, wow, this is going to happen. Or you know something's going to happen and it's very distinct of very particular events and it hasn't happened. And then you get the kind of deja vu where you get the deja vu and you're sitting, looking, waiting. And people are like what? You go, no, I'm just waiting. And you got to wait like 30 seconds, a minute. And then they say the things that that happened. And then that, and then like it's some part of the mind does that. And sometimes I've woken up in the morning with the feeling of I've remembered a particular conversation and it's bugging me because I know it hasn't happened yet. And I'll be walking around thinking like, what, this bloody conversation? And then it happens. It's been bugging me all day since I woke up in the morning, like hours later. So you get different kinds of sort of precognitive experiences, I think. But like that's a really interesting, you know, field in itself. And I think like when you look at these systems like tarot or the I-Ching or you know, muscle testing, I think it's equally valid. Or, you know, dowsing, using a very dowsing. You could use dowsing rods for a lot of things, right? The same way people use pendulums. And people like to like poof at pendulums, but I think they're really powerful because they're engaging that, like you said, Howard, about animals, yeah? Animals having precognition. I think animals are in tune with their physical intelligence. 30 pieces of silver, Vincent. It's done. Yeah. That's funny. Exactly. It's perception is like a field. I like that. You know, it is very much like a field, and we're in this field of experience. This is a very interesting point. You know, what's perception and what's awareness, right? So awareness is like, where are you now? Where am I? I am where I am. I am aware of my surround. It's round, right? It's a sphere. I'm aware of my surroundings. So the awareness is the location of where I am. And then the perception is the sieve. So there's like a sieve. To perceive is to put the awareness through a sieve and refine it. and decide, well, I don't want that part of the awareness. I don't want that part. I only want these parts of the awareness. And I'm going to put all these parts of the awareness together, put that aside, and focus on just these little parts of the awareness. And that's now our perception, because our awareness surroundings have gone through the sieve, and now we are perceiving. And that perceiving, active perceiving, is obviously perception. So it's interesting how the consciousness does this, right? It experiences awareness. And so I would say that there are different, full circle, leap of faith. I would say that there are different quantum fields of awareness and perception. So awareness becomes perception, and that perception then zooms out and becomes an awareness. And then that awareness gets conceived, and it goes through the sieve and becomes a field of perception. And that field of perception then gets zoomed out, and it becomes an awareness of sorts. And that field then becomes a really narrow focused beam of perception in the physical body through the senses. And so there's always these there's the emotional experience, there's the mental experience, there's the physical experience, and then there is this spiritual experience. And so like the spiritual must be putting itself through some kind of a field, right, of contraction, because it's so universal. It's so transcendent of time, beyond time. It's timelessness. It's beyond the awareness of the perception of experience that we consider related to the body. But it's an awareness of its own domain. And the astral is an awareness of its own domain, but it is sort of more locked in to perceptual limitations with a certain element of time. And the etheric field is contracted yet more into a more logical framework structured by the mental machinery of the logic of the logos that's put into a construct of shape, space, and form. And that is then constricted yet more, contracted into the physical form of the body, which is then this really dense, heavy, slow-moving thing that has to like do lots of steps to get over there. I was talking about this in an astral projection group, and someone was saying like, oh, I'm always really specific, and I said, well, yeah, I think so. I think I am. Yeah, okay. But I was drawing these distinctions about like people think that they're astrally projecting, and I'm like, I don't think so. I think you're having a lucid dream. And they go like, well, what's the difference? I'm like, well, if you're in your physical body, you can walk with your physical body, right? When you're in the etheric body, you can't walk. And anybody that's had any kind of ESP experience will know what I'm talking about. What happens when you're half asleep and you're half awake? You're conscious, you're awake, you're aware of space, but you can't move your body and you can't move your mouth. You can't make a sound. They call that sleep paralysis. The only reason they call that sleep paralysis is because the people experiencing that haven't learned how to navigate the etheric planes. Because you don't walk around in the etheric plane. That's like heavy density stuff. That's physical. The etheric plane, you project yourself to a point with thought. It's thought volition. So like I think of a point and I zoom there. It's like almost instantaneous. And walls aren't a limitation. You zoom right through walls. You can see through walls, right, in the etheric plane. So you're very free. Like I could zoom from where I am to the beach, like 100 yards away. I could zoom in one heartbeat. And I would be right there by the beach looking at the sea in my etheric body. But my physical body would have to take a whole little journey there, right? And then the astral is even more abstract than that, right? because the astral isn't like, there is no spatial coordinates, right? So now the astral gets like way much more head trippy, because where the etheric field is manipulated by coordinates or ordinance of thought of spatial dynamics, right? Think of a place and you zoom there, but there are no places in the astral field. Like there's no up or down, or there's just this fluid. It's like you're in this fluidy stuff, and whatever you feel starts to become your reality. And you can like fly, you can move, but you're not actually going anywhere, right? You can like go and go and go, but you're not actually going anywhere. You're still at the same place where you started, but you're just moving. It's a very weird concept. So there's no coordinates. It's more like a field of awareness, right?
See, that's what it's interesting too. Like, I'm hearing you talk about these field of awareness, this concept, and I'm like, that's what a Zerfax is, Franklin. It's literally a round, three-dimensional universe of awareness experience. And so I kind of had I discovered an interesting sort of trippy thought experiment, and you and anybody in the chat can actually try this right now. So I had this thought just come into my head. What if our consciousness doesn't exist in our body, but it exists based on whatever we're looking at or whatever we have attention on? So for example, if I'm staring at a clock on my wall, am I really in my body, or is my consciousness based on the attention of staring at that clock on the wall? So in a sense, it's like my sense of self is actually next to that clock I'm staring at. What I found is interesting is you can kind of basically yo-yo your consciousness. So like, so for example, like I have a, let's see, like I have a pencil in front of me on my desk, and I can sort of like look at my pencil. And if I sort of tell myself that, like, you know, my consciousness exists where my attention to the pencil is, it's almost like that pencil then becomes the center of reality. It becomes the center of that field of awareness, right? But I can then kind of move my awareness back by staring at my either my peripheral eyelids or staring at my nose, and I can bring my awareness back into my head. And when I realize I can project my consciousness back and forth between the object I'm staring at and my sort of my head or my body, and it's like every time I move my consciousness to a different object, the sort of that center of awareness shifts its focus. So when I stare at my pencil, that pencil seems to be the center of my subjective universe. But when I move back to my head seems like the subjective center of my universe, right? And trust me, you can try this. Anybody in chat can try this right now. It just like works pretty easily. It's a really fascinating concept, and it relates to like what you were saying before about, you know, staring at something far away at the beach and then being there in your etheric body. I think that's what this principle is. I guess we're just talking about we're talking about the same thing in two different ways.
I don't know if Indy's around. Maybe Indy's.
Hey, I sent the link in the comments over here about controlled remote viewing classes that you can take with Lori Williams and Lynn Buchanan. Lynn is the guy that was the main character in The Men Who Stare at Goats. They made a movie about him, and they give classes on controlled remote viewing. You can use controlled remote viewing to help the government or law enforcement find lost things or people or vehicles or murder weapons. Or you can do all kinds of different things with it. Some people try to find all kinds of lost artifacts and things like that from ancient times. Ingo Swann was known to have discovered the rings of Jupiter before they were found by astronomy. So there's a lot of things you can do. I feel like we all have that connection, and if anybody's had an experience with tracking, I've been able to have experiences where I can put myself into the stream, into the mind stream, the one I'm in pursuit of, and be able to find where they went. And it was a time when somebody had stole something off my desk before I went out the door. And I just had this intuitive sense of exactly where to go. And I ended up right in front of their door somehow. But I've had like weird peak experiences like this in my life. And I've had out-of-body experiences. But I don't remember really necessarily like seeing myself as a body and feeling for the silver cord or anything. I was just kind of an awareness in those experiences. But I do know that people have been able to look down and see themselves as a body and have this silver cord in out-of-body experiences, which I guess is different than an astral projection markedly. So there's a very different types of transient experiences.
You know, you bring up an interesting point, Indy, because like, you know, when I've had astral experiences myself, I kind of have the same thing where I never really noticed the silver cord, or I never really noticed a body. But I guess I think a question I want to bring to the table here is, how much do our beliefs prime our astral and spiritual experiences, right? Because I think sometimes it's like you think about like, no matter what your belief system is, whether it be, you know, true or false, good or bad, it's going to affect that mystical experience. It's going to contextualize it. It's going to add a certain level of content to it. So I think like, you know, partially like how much of it is our subjective belief and how much of it is some kind of, you know, other thing, you know, out there, because it's like there's so many different beliefs and so many different, you know, regards to like mythologies and different afterlife scenarios, et cetera, et cetera. You know, there's like, you know, Christians who claim they've gone to hell, Buddhists have, or Christians that claim they've gone to heaven, Buddhists that claim different afterlife. And part of me maybe thinking is that like different beliefs take you to different parts of the spiritual realm, or is it that, you know, we're adding something to the spiritual realm that isn't there? Like it's like, I don't know, I'm kind of like, it's something I'm thinking about, because like there's what you're told is like an astral and spiritual experience, and then there's the actual experience that you actually have that may or may not line up with what you've been told of what to expect with that experience. So I think that's also something important to talk about.
You know, this is very interesting. This is why some part of me cringes when I hear people talking about near-death experiences. And the kind of cringe I mean is not like a cringe. It's more like a, let me try and explain it. Like, as adults, we have belief systems, ideologies, philosophies, and invariably, every near-death experience that I've heard people talk about, they lost consciousness. And I'm like, well, why do they lose consciousness? Because you should be awake the whole time. They just suddenly, like, out of consciousness, they find themselves in this other place. And you should be experiencing like your heart stopping, you know? You should be experiencing each and everything, and there should be like a slow and gentle transition. And like when I drowned, there was no point that I lost consciousness. There was no, it was a seamless awareness and awakeness of an experience that went on right up till the point that I was forced into my body. When, like, you know, when the mouth to mouth, what do you call it? When they resuscitate you. When they were resuscitating my body, I was there, and then I felt myself being pulled into my body. And when I was being pulled into my body, it felt like I was being shaken around. And then I suddenly felt dizzy and weird in my body, because my body felt weird and sick and nauseous and all these other weird kind of sensations and dizzy. but there was no point where, and so I often question this, Indy, and I think that this is relevant to what you're talking about here with the experience, because I think that people superimpose lucid dreams over the real thing. And I'd like you guys to respond to this. They superimpose lucid dreams over actual experiences because it's an expectation base. I think like you can have a lucid dream of any experience, right? But how do you know when it's a lucid dream or when it's an actual experience? I'll give you an example. Like experience, like the first time that I started getting a grip on the etheric field was when I was meditating, and I was young. I was being like 12, and I'd always experienced that other place where I couldn't move my body. I didn't really get a handle on it. It was only when I started really practicing deep Zazen meditation that I trained every day. And I was in my room and I was practicing Zazen. And in my mind's eye, I could see my mother. I could see her walking around the house through the walls. And I was like, some part of my consciousness was, that's interesting. I can see her walking around the house. And I wanted to know, like, but is she really walking around the house, or is it my imagination? So I went there, like just zoomed there through a wall, and she walked like almost right through me. And I was like, okay, interesting. And I watched her walk around the corner, and I followed her, and I saw her go to my door because I went a bit that way. And then I could see through the wall. There was a bookshelf, there was this, but I could see through the bookshelf and the wall, and I could see her standing at my door. And I thought, that's interesting. She's standing at my door, and I was watching her. And then I saw her like bending down. She's trying to look through the keyhole. I was like, oh my gosh. So I immediately zoomed back into my body, and very quietly, I like tiptoed to the door. And I opened it, snatched it away, and she almost fell forward into my arms. And she suddenly pretended that she was like cleaning. It was really funny because she had been caught, like she was, and I laughed at it. I said, "She's spying on me, Mom." She said, No. I said, "I know you were there, Mom. I was watching you for a long time." And she says, "Well, you were so quiet. I was just wondering what you were doing." Because my mom was very scared. She found all these grimoires that I used to have. And she started getting wary, like, what's he up to? He's always got these, magical grimoires and stuff around the house. Like, what the heck's he doing? Like, so she got afraid for me. Like, is he doing weird kind of black magic or occult stuff? Or she didn't know. And she didn't understand. So, like, if I was in my room and I was really quiet, she'd be like, what's he doing? What's he doing? Wanting to know. And I was always a step ahead of her, But that was the first time. My point is, though, that I was consciously awake. And it was a consciously awake experience. And I think like this is, people will have a lucid dream experience of that, right? They'll like doze off. And in their dozed off experience, they'll be moving around. And they'll think that that's real, but how much of it is in our minds? And I think that our minds and our dreams can recreate reality and present it to us as a pseudo-reality. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, and that's what you said earlier. I think like 90 to 95% of the time we're seeing the past. We're just seeing things we already know, restating things. Maybe even 99% of the time. But 1% of the time we use our full consciousness and we create a novel thought. We could make new connections that had not yet been made, and we create a new idea. And so for people that are more versed in this, it can become more common, and you could actually do it like more from 1% to 5% to 10% of the time. You can think outside of the box, so to speak. But it's very unusual for people to think like this. And so it's like thinking outside of the ego, thinking outside of the habitual space of the mind, being able to break down previous conceptions and look beyond them. And so that's like a difficult, some people don't like to ever do that kind of thing. And they're very stuck in their place, so to speak, sometimes. But for other people, you know, they see that same thing as just a place of in a comfort zone. So it's just a comfortable place. So why bother with it, you know? But other people are more adventurous in their mind space and willing to break down previous conceptions and learn new ideas. And that's where we see actual true consciousness coming through. Bruce Lipton talks about this. He says that we can learn to become more conscious and more have more flux in our mind to be able to have more flexibility to be able to have more connections and more interconnections with others.
So I think with this question, I think I actually need to bring up my Zarfexology phase system because it's actually relevant here. So the way that, like I mentioned before, that a Zerfax is essentially a kind of like a sense of an infinite field of awareness that surrounds you. So it's like your entire environment, right? In Zarfexology, the idea is that that's one Zerfax, and we exist in a Zarfax, which is essentially like a multidimensional complex of like potentially countless numbers of these Zerfaxes, right? That's the way they kind of perceive the universe. And then there's also the concept of the Zerfikes, right? And this is basically where the belief systems take place. So if you think of each field awareness as its own kind of self-contained dream universes, what these Zerfikes are, they're essentially certain types of belief systems, right? Let's say like a specific religion, maybe materialism technically counts as a type of Zerfikes. And basically what it does is says that this one Zerfax of our belief system is the only reality that exists. And what happens is what you get what's called Zerfikes. So when you believe in a Zerfikes, the idea is that you become like trapped in that bubble, right? Because you've convinced yourself in your mind that there is nothing that exists outside of this bubble. This bubble is infinity. So the idea is that when people have astral or spiritual experiences, that's reflected in the Zerfikes they're inhabited. So for example, if you're in a Christian Zerfikes, right, and you believe in, the Bible is the only truth and, Jesus is the only way, your astral experiences, because you've emotionally and intellectually aligned with that belief system and sort of like embodied it with the utter depth of your core, then when you astral project, you're going to go there because that's where you've aligned your consciousness spiritually in the physical realm. Because I think of it like, I go back to this like 3D, like 4D thing, right? So it's like you could have three people standing in the same room, right? You have one Christian, one atheist, and one Hindu, right? Three very different metaphysical systems, right? So in a sense, in the third dimension, they're all in the same room. But in the fourth, astral or etheric dimension, they're thousands of miles apart. They're like millions of miles apart in a completely different alternate dimensional sort of worlds, right? And so with that sort of understanding and with Zarfexology, is the general philosophy is that in order to free your mind, and the reason why it's against oneness is because you don't want to get trapped in one of these single Zerfax bubbles. You want to be able to move from Zerfax to Zerfax and Zarfax to Zarfax and sort of be able to move around your consciousness through this extra dimensional environment to be able to do magic, manifest your intention, see things, et cetera, et cetera. But so many people, because of their belief systems, are trapped in a singular bubble of their belief and perception. So, for example, like go to the Christianity thing. Like you think of Christian, let's think of Christianity as a Zerfax, right? So you got like the physical earth, you got heaven on the top and hell below, and outside of that, and God is the creator of that whole thing. So if you think of what God so if you think of that whole universe as existing within a bubble, the belief in God and saying that this is the ultimate reality and there's nothing that exists beyond this particular deity, that belief acts as the membrane of the bubble. It acts as the wall, the shell of the egg, so to speak. That belief, because you think to yourself, it's like you're thinking of your mind going through mind space, you're traversing the astral plane, going up further and further, up and up and up. And then it's like, oh, this is ultimate reality. I'm not going to go any further because there's nothing beyond this. And your mind and imagination stop and it doesn't explore any further. And Zarfexology says, no, no, no. There's something beyond that. Keep looking, keep exploring. And that's essentially what this philosophy, is really about. So when it comes to belief systems, they don't look at it and say that it's necessarily false, but it's that it's its own sort of insular dream that is disconnected from the Zarfax that it inhabits. So think of it like the Zarfax as like a kind of like a body, like full of cells. And each one of these Zarfax is sort of like a weird, like tumor-like growth that's kind of like coming out of it, or like a cancer-like growth, or some kind of like mold or fungus or whatever, some kind of like growth that comes out of it, that it's attached to the system, but because it's corrupted and because it's not really an accurate representation, it's sort of partitioned off from being part of the rest of the body, and it's sort of seen as this side kind of like a polyp or something like that, or a zit or something that sort of like grows out of it, but isn't really a part of it. And that's kind of how they look at these belief systems, is that they exist intrinsically of themselves in the sense that you can directly experience them, but their truth is not reflective of the whole Zarfax that they are a part of. So that's how I kind of look at, that's how I just kind of want to hear your guys' perspective, but that's kind of how I factor in belief and how I contextualize it.
Yeah, that sounds spot on. I feel like that's one of the ways that in which we interpret it, our experiences. Now, like for example, like when people have a spiritual experience, they'll likely interpret that according to their beliefs of what is spiritual, what are they deeply religious or spiritual about, and most likely they'll give it that kind of a appearance when they interpret it. And so then you have experiences where it's a physical experience, where maybe they saw a UFO with their friends, and so maybe they thought it was an angel, and their friend thought it was a space alien, and then another friend thought it was some kind of ball lightning. They all have three different equally valid ways of interpreting the experience that was anomalous to them. And maybe one of them's right, maybe they're all right, maybe there's more to it than the physical component of it. Maybe there's some kind of a spiritual or otherworldly breakaway civilization technology involved, in which we see these things, they're watching us or whatever it may be. There could be a lot to it, more than we even know. So I think there's really good way for us to learn together would be to allow those different interpretations and share those and realize that we all have an equal stance in this, trying to figure this out, and maybe we could figure it out better together than we could on our own circles. So they call that the Hegelian dialectic, when you can take two opposing stances and create a synthesis into a tertiary stance that's a unification of the two stances.
I kind of have issues with the Hegelian dialectic, though, because I understand what you're talking about, but I've also come to understand how the dialectic is often used for nefarious purposes. It's a great tool for deception, because essentially what the dialectic is, if you think about this, it's the thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So there's a truth. So you think of it like a triangle, right? So there's like the thesis, which is the idea, and then there's the antithesis, right, which is basically the thing that sort of disproves the idea. But instead of using one to disprove the other, you create this third vector of logic, the synthesis. And the problem I have with that is sometimes that synthesis, that third vector, is not always directly coordinated with the other two lower vectors behind it. So I think of like Christianity, fundamentalist Christianity uses this dialectic, for example. It's like a kind of form of gaslighting. So you think about the thesis, right? God is loving, God is kind. But the antithesis, but wait a minute, there's all these stories about God killing innocent people, God sending people to burn in hell for all eternity. And then the synthesis of that is, oh, all of that negative stuff is actually this secret higher part of God's love that we mortals don't understand. So it's actually a way, so the dialectic is actually used as a way to emotionally manipulate people into a belief system by taking a truth and a lie and mixing them together. So I have another way of thinking about this. So let's say you take the Bible, right? And you take all the passages where God is good, is loving and kind and fair, and you write all of that text in blue, right? And then you take the parts of the Bible where God is wrathful, angry, jealous, and contradictory, and you write those texts in red. And then you go up to the Christian and you ask them, you know, how can you say that this Bible is all blue text when there is clearly so much red text, right? And what the Christian will really tell you is like, I don't see God's love is not blue text or red text. God's love is purple. God's love is taking that, the blue mercy and the red wrath, and combining them together. So God's love is a dialectical synthesis of his mercy and his wrath. So that's another more sinister way of understanding the dialectic. Now, and I think the other aspect of Hegelian's dialectic that I have an issue with is that it's a dialectic of combat and war. And so the idea in Hegelian dialectic is that there's two opposing forces, right? You have one side and the other side. And the idea is that they keep fighting each other and one keeps having dominance over the other until one of these two forces eventually wins out in the end, right? And it's kind of like an inward spiral and it keeps going back and forth. But I like to think of it more in terms of cooperative, more like maybe not so much like a kind of a dialectic, but maybe more of, instead of a war-based dialectic, I would prefer more of a kind of a romantic and sexual dialectic where it's masculine and feminine acting as sort of complementary sort of vectors that when the both are truly properly in their proper face, then create the offspring of the sort of the next understanding of truth. And it's this ongoing thing rather than, you know, looking at things from the conclusion and going backwards. I kind of go more the other direction. So I guess that's my comment on, you know, the dialectic, is that on one hand, it can be a tool to, because I think that's the thing, that's the double-edged sword with a lot of occult ideas and mystical ideas, is that they can be used to liberate and they can be used to open one's mind, but they can also be used by the exact opposite purposes when utilized in the right context.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think that is universal. Like, I'll give you an example. Principles of spiritual healing can be used to harm someone. Medical knowledge can be used to hurt someone. You know, mixing medicines for someone, but they're not really medicines. Ooh, what do you call that? We call that poison, right? I'm just saying, like, so, like, it takes a doctor to make poison, you know, effectively, and not a modern doctor, because modern doctors, well, all they know is what they've learned in books. They don't even know what diet. They don't even know how to eat properly. They can't even advise you about like what you should be eating, and they don't even know. They don't even know that diet is important for health. Wow, like that's mind blowing. But I think like what you're saying about the Hegelian dialectic, it's quite true. That it has been manipulated. I wouldn't say that makes the dialectic itself dangerous. I think, to me, what that means is like, if someone says to me that martial arts is being weaponized by the criminals that want to rob you. Now, I live in South Africa, so this is a South African dialectic. Get with the program, right? Like, people want to hurt you on the streets and take your money. I'm sure those of you that live in places like New York, or some of the American cities get exactly where I'm coming from. Even some parts of London, I think, is becoming a little bit like that. Many places in the world, I didn't experience that, like India. Well, was refreshing. There are places which are far more, nicer. I found Amsterdam to be quite nice, quite safe. Canada seemed very safe. The Nova Scotia, the East Coast, I was like, wow, like you don't even have to lock your car door. But anyway, being where I am in South Africa, it's a dialectic. My neighbors were robbed a few weeks ago. They had someone break into their house. They bypassed the security system with a hoodie. They took a little hood, like a woolly hoodie, and they put it over the beam. Apparently, that was all it took. My neighbors were shocked. 2 houses down. And that night, my dogs had gone crazy to the point where both my son and myself woke up in the middle of the night and opened the doors. And I went out, and my boy came out with me. He was like, "Is everything okay, Dad?" I was, "It's cool, chill." And he wanted to be with his dad because his dad was walking around the house with a quarterstaff, around the garden. We've got a lot of bushes around our garden where people could hide if they wanted to. So I go out to get my dogs. Come, sniff, sniff. Tell me what's going on. But that night, that happened. Now, like, it's a real dialectic that I have to deal with. Should I be trained in martial arts if all the criminals on the street are trained with martial arts to give me a fair way to defend myself, if that makes sense? So I think like learning to manipulate that dialectic and learning to use it is probably a good defense against the way that it is abused, if that makes sense. Because I think the dialectic in itself, like you say, it can be useful. And I think it is useful if it's used correctly, just like any tool, but like it's got to be used correctly. And so that's interesting. Like I look at this dialectic and I see a yang yin, right, at the heart of this dialectic. I suppose that's where you were going with it, Indy. Am I right?
Always.
The I-Ching is basically it's 3-point vector. So it's a 3-point vector, right, of a positive and a 3-point vector of a negative superimposed over each other, right? And those 3 lines are represented by a broken or a fixed line. So each I-Ching set of coordinates, let's consider them as sets of coordinates, represent a hexagram. That's why they're called the Chinese hexagrams, right? And some of the lines are broken and some of the lines are fixed. So if I draw a hexagram now, right? If I draw a hexagram and I draw one triangle and then I draw another triangle, what do I have? Well, I have one hexagram with broken lines, right? And one hexagram with fixed lines. If I draw my hexagram draw that line, right, over this, draw the baseline first, right? But don't draw the end part of the baseline, draw that part so that this part goes over that part, breaking that line. And I draw my hexagrams, like one line there, then one line there, then one line there, then different lines. Then I can change it up and I can make it like broken, fixed, broken, 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 fixed, whatever. And so that's like a really interesting concept of representing, are the lines broken or are they fixed? In other words, like when the negative one when it's in the negative space, it's automatically broken. When it's in the fixed space, it's automatically fixed. So it's like a set of polarities. It's very interesting when you consider how these Chinese hexagrams are drawn and what they represent. And so to me, what I see this. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to look at the vector equilibrium, the 64 vector equilibrium, because there's nothing to get hung about. Okay, so like this is Buckminster Fuller. So Buckminster Fuller, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I've got to add it to the screen. So Buckminster Fuller, and I must be careful not to add the wrong thing to the screen because I've got an email open. Okay, I'll share this with you guys. I'm basically handing my internet companies backsides to them. Every half hour I'm doing, you might have noticed me doing stuff here. I'm doing like broadband speed tests, and I'm cataloging it now. And for the next 4 hours, every 20 minutes, I'm going to send an email so that they've got 4 hours of emails for Saturday. And then I'm going to ask them for a refund for Saturday's money. And I'm going to do this with them now from now on because they're getting complacent. My speed has dropped to 10% of what I'm paying for. It actually dropped earlier to less than 10% of what I'm paying for. I'm paying for 250 megabytes upload and download. And sometimes it's going down to like 20 or 15. It's just unacceptable. So I'm busy getting on top of that. You guys should do this. Send them emails. Just bomb them with emails, random, just screenshots, and use 3 different speed tests so that they can't say, oh, this, and make sure that the server you're using is in the city where you are because they'll make excuses. Cover all your chicken eggs, and then start asking them to give you rebates on your internet and start doing it more and more. They'll suddenly fix the problem. They'll get with the program. But so I must share the right page. So yeah, Buckminster Fuller came about. He described this vector equilibrium as the only geometric form where all forces are balanced, with all vectors, forces of equal length, and all forces acting on the object being balanced, resulting in a state of perfect equilibrium. This is a form of cube octahedron, and the 64 vectors refer to these different forces. So what we're talking about is let's try and see if we can crank out some image. Crank out a bit of image. A little bit of image is what you get. A little bit of image is what you need. A little bit of image is what we get. Okay, so is this my internet like trailblazing down the road? Please excuse the speed at which this thing moves. It's overwhelming. I can barely keep up with my internet, really. I'm struggling to keep up. Share this tab instead. There we go. So there you can see that's basically the vector equilibrium that we're looking at. Yeah. And that consists of 64 vectors. And those 64 vectors are represented as tetrahedrons. And they form the structure. And the structure represents the vector equilibrium. So when we're talking about vector equilibrium, we're talking about 0 point. In other words, every vector is accounted for by the other vectors, and they cancel each other out to produce what we can consider as the concept of a vacuum. And the concept of a vacuum is what we call 0 point. This is, you hear people talking about 0 point energy. Well, they want to tap the energy that's latent at the 0 point. And in order to reach that 0 point, you need all of these energy vectors to be equilibrated. And so this is really what the Star of David, or the hexagram, which the Jews think they own. Somebody ought to tell them that they got it from the Indians. Anyway, they got it from India, and they've been using it there for far longer. And it represents harmony. It represents balance. In fact, if you ask me, I think Hermetic Kabbalah is older than Jewish Kabbalah. From my research, this is what I've come out with. Looking at the Kabbalah, looking at Hermetic Kabbalah, it's told to us because the people that are owning the printing presses and the people that they have a bias. So certain books get into publication, right? So we've been brainwashed with the idea that the Kabbalah is Jewish. Actually, it's not Jewish. It just happens to be being used by Judaism, but it transcends there. And when we talk about Hermetic Kabbalah, there's a reason why we call it Hermetic Kabbalah. They want us to believe that this was later fused in the Middle Ages. No, it wasn't. it comes from Gnosticism. And the Gnostic peoples were not necessarily anything related to the Jews, right? They happened to follow many of the teachings that Emmanuel, or Yeshua, as we know as in modern language bastardization, they turned it into a J. Ishu became Jesus. So the ideas and ideologies and philosophies of this master teacher obviously came from Gnosticism, because it was far older, and it goes back to ancient Greece, actually, these philosophies and these ideas. And when you follow them back to their older roots, they go back to ancient Egypt, and they go back to before what we call the epochs of Egypt, which I call the land of Kim. And the land of Kim is really where namaste, I hope you're well, Astara, Astara, Estere, Astara. So that's the prefix to the word star in Greek. Yeah, nice. Star. We've got somebody else here that's also the star. So we've got 2 stars in the group. Gold stars to all the stars. And you guys are stars. Diamonds. Oh, I like diamonds. Diamonds are sweet. I've got one on my finger. So yeah, the idea of this Kabbalah relating to more ancient concepts, I think was carried in secret societies. And it's very easy to say that the Kabbalah is very modern, but hey, what do we think the Knights Templars were practicing in 10 AD, right? And where do we think they got that knowledge from? They didn't just suck it out of a cow's teat and just materialize it. They had their mystery schools and their mystery religion. It comes from old Kemetic schools of ancient Egypt, which this is the reason why we still to this day call it Hermetic Kabbalah. I think it used to be called Kemetic Kabbalah back in the days. And so what we call Kabbalah is the Ka and the Ba, right? The etheric Ka and the astral Ba, right? Fused, right? That driving force between the Ka and the Ba. So Kabbalah suddenly starts to, and you see where the people that pray to Allah, they're walking around Kaaba, right?
Yeah.
And so there's no ancient. This is ancient black cube stories. And we're speaking about the cube, we're going to drop the hammer on the cube. Drop the hammer on the cube because the cube wants the hammer. Sorry, brother. Yeah.
Of course, you have the Merkaba too, like in this picture.
Mer meaning sea. Mer meaning sea, water.
The ocean of
right.
And so,
I think the people were called the Mers. I think we call them the Moors, and they were travelers. They traveled across the water. The Phoenicians. We also know them as the Phoenicians, don't we?
yeah,
They were shipbuilders. They were traveling the world. They were taking their knowledge, and so the Phoenician alphabet happens to be Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. Happens to be the alphabet that became the alphabet that became the alphabet of Aramaic, that became the alphabet of Hebrew. Now we're supposed to believe that the Kabbalah comes from the Hebrew alphabet, but when you actually look at the Kabbalah and you look at even the ancient texts, they say that the original 22 letters were carved and represented the structure. So we need to go back to Paleo-Hebrew Phoenician because that is the root of the 22 letters. And it's the same 22 letters. You can look at alphabets of the Phoenician, alphabets of the old Paleo-Hebrew. It's the same thing. And those 22 letters were a phonetic construction of a concept. Now, what was the concept behind the construction of that letter? Well, there were 22 concepts, and they were pictorial concepts. And so those pictorial concepts were symbolic, suggestive images that were composite symbolic symbolic images. So we're talking about the land of Chem, the Chemians, and how they used images to convey language, right? We call them hieroglyphics. I'm not talking about the modern hieroglyphics. I'm talking about very ancient stuff, these pictograms. So these original pictograms and original hieroglyphs were used, and there were 22 foundational ones that they had combined various different ideas and concepts together. And that composite ideas or ideas that were put together became an egregoric vessel of information. And that was then pronounced as a sound. And that sound was then put into a phonetic symbol. And that phonetic symbol would then represent the information of that small egregoric sphere. So when we backward engineer that, what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about major arcana, right? And sure, the major arcana have evolved with humanity. The symbols have evolved with us. They have changed with our culture to stay valid and up to date with where we're at, but they still speak to the same archetypal unconscious forces within our psyche that are being referenced when we are expressing the concept that are represented by these unconscious forces within the psyche. So when you look at Hermetic Kabbalah, you are the closest that you're going to get to the original Kabbalah. This Jewish Kabbalah came centuries later, I would say thousands of years later. And then they took it on as their own, right? Because it was part of their heritage. Before they became Jews, their ancients had this knowledge. So they developed their very own Hebrew language out of these ancient concepts, which come from the ancient land of Chem. So, you know, this is important information. And I think that there was a conspiracy that was being managed by the mystery societies in order to disguise this knowledge and this information, because once you start to look at this, you start seeing the root language. And it's interesting because you look at the 22 major arcana, right? So when you look at the 22 major arcana, what do they represent, right? They represent spheres of information, but the surrounding information, right? So what do those spheres of information contain? That's where it gets really interesting, right? Because you start to notice that there's a pattern here, right? There were the first three, and those first three are the hanged man, the judgment, and the fool. And then the fool becomes the aspirant, becomes the entirety of the journey, right? And the judgment and the hanged man are the principles, right? So there's basically exercise of personal judgment and being subject to universal judgment, right? Which has got to do with judgment represents temperance in a subtle way. So temperance then came from judgment. Does that make sense? Sagittarius sprang from this. So we've got a temperance card. But judgment is that furnace that you require, fire element, in order to be able to temper something. But temperance then has to act as a go-between between judgment's fire and self and sacrifice, which is what the hanged man represents. So you start to look at these symbols and you start to read them and you start recognizing that they're speaking to a very deep emotional, intuitive part of the self. And this is where the original 22 characters come from. Now, here's the clinch, right? I was on a round table and I had, what was his name? A delightful chap. I think he does lives with Gabriel. Go and check out Gabriel. He's got a lot of really good insight into, the old Greek traditions. Shout out to old Gabes, Slick Dissident. What was this guy's name? Anyway, there's this guy I was with him, and we were doing a round table, and he said to me, well, how can you use Kabbalistic decoding for every language? I was like, what do you mean, how can I? He said, well, it's not. Like, you can't decode Greek. That's Hebrew. And I was like, well, what are you talking about? Like, have you gone to look at what the Greeks say? Where did they get their language from? Oh, they got their language from ancient Egypt. Okay. Have you looked at Phoenician? Where did Phoenician come from? Oh, well, it came from ancient Egypt. Okay. Paleo-Hebrew, same source. So Paleo-Hebrew, Phoenician, ancient Greek, it all comes from the same source. That's why you've got alpha, beta, delta, gamma, aleph, bet, chimal, dalet. It's the same thing. It's just stylized differently, pronounced a little differently, but the same base root concepts. The Greeks just evolved their dialectic a little bit and added in some elements into this that they felt they required as it grew. But it comes from the same roots. So the roots of ancient Greek language comes from the same roots of Hebrew or Shemitic languages. So what does that mean? Latin, same roots as Hebrew. What does that mean about French? Same roots. What about Italian? Same roots. What about Spanish? Same roots. What about, all these other myriads of Portuguese? Same roots. So you start traveling around the world and you start noticing a lot of our language groups come from the same roots. That's why we speak about phonetic alphabets. Everybody that uses phonetic alphabets, you go to China, do they have a phonetic alphabet? It's not quite the same, is it? They don't really have a alphabet, right? Sanskrit, they've got their own version of something which is an alphabet. And if you look at the Sanskrit, you see the connection between Sanskrit and ancient Greek, right? Sanskrit and Roman and Latin. There's obvious, undeniable connections that you can see in terms of linguistics. That's why we are said to be speaking the language of Indo-Europeans. That Indo part is recognizing the Sanskrit connection. There's so many words in English. So I think it comes back to the structure of sound. Now this, I-Ching, just to bring it back to what we're talking about, sorry for the long roundabout. This I-Ching is the science of sound, right? The vector equilibrium has got to do with the silence, the stillness, and the vectors of shifting energy that are vibrational fields that we experience as color, movement, sound. And so that sound that's representing the vibrational field is emerging from the vector equilibrium, from the 0 point. And these disturbances are produced due to aligned vectors that break the equilibrium of the state in order to produce a vibrational frequency. And that frequency we express as sound. So the I-Ching, I believe, is the root from whence all the other things came. I don't know. Does that make sense to you guys? Sorry for being so long.
Yeah, absolutely. That goes back to the beginning. And I think that it's kind of evident in the fact of the simplicity and the profundity of the system. And from that, there's so much expansion could be made. But it's hard to believe that, that came before the systems of India. They seem very old as well. So, and it also, interestingly, that whole Indian, I guess, plate moved in and created the Himalayas long ago. But it makes me wonder if there's a different peoples that had came from a different land that then integrated with Eurasia long ago. But I don't know. I have to look into the timelines of those things. But I have a slide about some linguistic aspects that I'd like to share, if I could. Now here we have Phoenician next to Linear B. And so we look at Linear B had a pictographic language. So the images that are associated with each of these letters look very much connected, and they had a much more intricate appearance. So I'd like to see the name of the meaning of the symbols as well next to them, but we know that Bet in Hebrew is a home, usually represented like by a big home and then a little home for the animals next door to it, which was flipped on its side. But this image here to the right of Bet doesn't necessarily resemble a home. Kind of to me, it looks more like maybe like a home from bird's eye view with a gate next to it or something, or a fence. But it's not a closed fence, so I don't know what to think. But on these other symbols down below, next to I guess Het or Had and W is Mayin or Vav is Zayin. These symbols look very intricate. I don't really know what to make of them, though. I think they had a more intricate meaning than was later on brought down to the Phoenician and Hebrew. But you can kind of tell they had a deeper complexity to them. And I really like the one that's across from Mem, where it looks like maybe like a boat in the background and then like its wake in the foreground, or a bird flying through the air. Give me a bird of paradise with a long tail. You could get a lot out of that, but I wonder what it's meant to interpret. It almost looks like on the horizon there's like a boat next to the setting sun or something with a. But no, I guess those little asterisks. But I guess it does relate back to water, probably being connected to Mem. And then
Yeah, I
last
see
one.
that water in the mem. In the mem
Yeah.
there, both those symbols seem to speak to me. But the one looks like one of the parts of Aquarius, right? Water bearing Aquarius, and then the line coming down, almost like things coming out of the clouds, out of the sky, right? Water, rain.
Yeah.
The other one, like you say, looks like a stream or a river coming from, and maybe a boat or something. Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can see the symbols are part of the more complex symbol of the Linear B from the Minoan civilization. And it's thought that those two were connected, and in Crete they were destroyed by I guess volcanic just eruption and destruction of their civilization. But I believe that they were seafaring people in this, so they moved on to different lands.
It's interesting. You look at the first letter, the A, right?
Yeah.
It looks like that thing that you put on an ox when you're plowing the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could even be a plow.
Yeah.
Like if you turn that down, and you know what they used to do? They used to make a V of wood, right? And they'd put a thing on that you could step your foot on as a crossbar, and then they would stick that into the ground, right, to plow the ground with, for the ox to pull the ground. So it's like, it looks like a plow that you would add to an ox to plow the ground, sort of representing prana and life force. The second one, B, doesn't that triangle at the top look a little bit like a roof? Imagine you were making a hut that wasn't completely closed, but just protected you one side from where the wind came, right? And put a roof over you to keep the water off. That's sort of like what it would look like, Maybe you would put it against a tree. Am I right or wrong? Like common sense, you'd make like a a roof next to a tree and for stability, and then you'd put one side down as a wall. So imagine you went to a tree and you put up a little roof like that next to a tree, onto the tree as a stability, and then built down that side where the winds come from to break the wind. And it would have to be open because you're going to be cooking in there, right? You're going to have a fire. Why would you have a fire? Because there's wild wolves, there's wild animals. You want to have a fire at night. So you would make it open so the air can flow through there, and you would use the wood to keep you warm because there's no shortage of wood, right?
Right.
Right. So that's how you would build a house. And the G looks a bit like a stick with a knob on it. Like when you've put that thing, the first A thing, into the ground, which is what an ancient plow looks like, which you use for the oxen. How do you get the oxen to walk forward? Well, you would get a stick you would take a stick, wouldn't you? And a stick that's got like a little bit of a point on it so that you can like gently, without having to like whip the animal, just gently prod it with the point of the stick. So it looks like a lamet, which is called so I think Hebrew has maintained a lot. The D is a door. That's interesting that they got the triangle there as a door. That's food for thought. The were looks like, does the were look like a thorn to you or not? Does the were, does it look like a thorn?
Was it the W?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's supposed to be teeth, right? Bev?
No. It's supposed to be a nail.
Oh, a nail.
That you use in carpentry. But that looks like a thorn. So did they find big thorns and knock the thorns in through wood to fix wood to wood? Do you see where I'm coming from? It looks like a thorn. Like I find thorns that look like that everywhere. And you get big ones in some jungles, some places, like really big thorns, and they will form like little triangular pods. They're actually like tetrahedrons with like a pod out each way, so that whichever way they fall, they can get stuck in an animal's hoof or something and get transported, right? Far away. Because I think they're seeds. Zed's supposed to be a sword. I'm not sure what that Z is. The Kh is supposed to be an enclosure. So what would that be? Does that look like a coop to you? The CH letter, right? Could it be a place where you seen from the top down the plans for how to build a little enclosure to keep your animals in? Because that's like what it would represent. The T, interesting how we've got two T's. We've got one T with a cross inside a circle, and then we've got the Th, which is a cross. To this day, Tav is a cross. It means the Tau cross, but it's like it's a T cross. But that's more modern. In the old days, crosses were like this. That's how people were crucified in the old days, right? This cross is a modern thing. Even the Romans and the Greeks were crucifying people like that, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the old cross. The yot. The yot is interesting. What is that? Yeah.
Cross with the circle around it is interpreted as the spindle sometimes. Sometimes it says unknown. It's the secret lost symbol of the spindle of the gods, the divine spindle. But they sometimes
isn't that interesting? It's been alliterated to mean serpent.
Yeah.
In the more modern versions of the language, which is interesting, because like the ancient serpent, like we speak about the Nagas in India, right?
Yeah.
And we speak about these ancient serpent Quetzalcoatl and these serpent beings that came to teach us all this ancient sacred knowledge, the serpent cults. Like the cross in the center is interesting. How did that become? And then the M seems like it's water to me. The S, what is that? So, when you're making a fire, in the old times, how did they make a fire? They would take these different loops Right. So you would have you would have a piece of wood with a hole in it to keep this wood standing up. Does that make sense? So you'd have one piece of wood, and you'd have another piece of wood underneath. And then you would have one thread pulling that way and one thread pulling that way, right?
Yeah.
And it would be like that. So you might have two people operating this thing to start a fire quickly. So that looks almost like the S looks almost like something that could be used to start a fire. I don't know. I could be wrong. Although when you look at the other S, what is that? With the triangle, with that W thing, that looks like a fire as well. So it's interesting. Like when you start to like break it down,
Yeah,
the
that's
R,
Simon.
the R looks very much like I could see how they could call the R the front of the head, right? That's like a human being's neck and their head pointing forwards, like their face, you know? So like, I don't know, to me, when I look at these symbols, they seem to not have lost too much of their meaning, even in more modern versions.
Yeah, the R used to be more obvious face, it's like a nose and a chin. But they become more simplified. And like people are taught that Mesopotamian cuneiform was like the first language that was made from these arrows, but really it was just pictographic language originally. They had to make it with those arrows later to be able to cook the clay tablets with them and be able to make impressions quickly without getting carried away with having to draw images, curvy lines. So
yeah, exactly. For utility, it would have become simplified, wouldn't it? Just for practical purposes, like so that you don't sit all day writing a sentence.
Exactly. But they're all
you've got other things to do.
The same roots, you know. If you look at these languages, they all go back to a similar pictographic language. Little pictures of everything. There's a lot of letters in these pictographic languages. They had like 200 to 300 letters in their alphabet of the images. But the images say a lot, you know. They're an image. They also have an allegorical aspect to them. So they'll, have a story that goes along with the symbol of the picture, or they could be part of a story with other symbols potentially.
Yeah, I would think that there's an entire. So when I look at the major arcana, I see these 22 symbols. Like my unconscious just connects them. Like it just makes sense. I'll give you a classic example. Let's look at this image here. So the first one, the plowing of the fields. That seems like a very organic, natural, mysterious. It's a gamble, right? Would you say it's a gamble? In ancient times, right? And I'll explain to you what I mean. Maybe I can close this mainframe picture down a bit. How do I do it? There we go. So imagine like okay, let's get the fool. Let's get the fool here.
Yeah, I see in the second symbol, the B, that it could be like a house from a side view where the house has kind of like an overhang that goes over, and maybe the animals live under that overhang and the people live inside the house. I think that's an impossible way to interpret that as a home like image.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely to me seems like so. Like let's try and don't take that image off. We're just going to switch them out quickly.
Yeah.
So okay, so this is the first one. So he's stepping off into the unknown. There's a certain element of gambling there, right? He's taking a risk, right? And notice what he's got in his bag. He's got everything he needs in his bag. So there's an element of faith that him using this rod, what this represents, is going to step off, and he's got the little dog there behind him, sort of his intuition and his instinct guiding him through this process, right? So, added to the stage, sorry. So the first one, if it represents, like we say, the number one right at the top, yeah? If that represents a plow, then am I right? Would that have been a risk? Would that have been a risk? Imagine I'm going to put all my time and effort, right, into making holes in the ground and preparing the soil to put seeds in the soil, hoping that the spirits will give the water for the seeds to grow, hoping that I will one day have something to eat out of this. Would it not be less risky to just go and look for food and make a stockpile of food? Am I right or am I wrong, Indy?
Yeah.
So it's like stepping off a mountain. You're throwing away the sure bet of going to collect acorns, going to collect fruit, going to collect stuff, and burying them under the ground for later consumption, right? But the risk is that if it pays off, it's like a gamble. If it pays off, you're going to have lots of food, right? And you'll be able to choose what food you have. You won't be stuck to like, okay, well, I found loads of caches of honey, so I'm going to bury all my honey caches, right? Because when winter comes, we can eat honey. It will sustain us. It's not optimal. So the risk is, did I spend all my time collecting beehives and collecting nuts and beehives for winter, which is a sure thing because you can see what you're doing. Like every day you've got what you found that day and you put it in the hole and you bury it and open the hole. And by the end of your collection, of your good season of collecting, you've got a big hole full of honeycombs and nuts and all of these things. And then you would probably camp on top of that hole. Am I right? Like, you don't want any other animals coming to that place. So you would probably camp right near that thing. It would be right by you. And when you're hungry, you would dig it open and you would take out, give food to your community. Am I right or wrong? Now, they gave that up. Sure thing food for this etheric, let's do this. Let's plow the ground. Let's put seeds in the ground. Let's hope that these things are going to grow and, you know, hope for the best. And then by the end, so we are told that we were taught this, right? Quetzalcoatl, Tahuti, Hermes. We were told that we were taught how to do these things, and that's just like the first example. So, your picture disappeared, brother.
Yeah, I got this other one here that's got more images of various linear beast symbols.
Right.
To kind of give you more
version.
understanding of what are these basic components of the language here. They seem to use the like teepee-like symbol a lot, and like the tree-like symbol. But I can go back to sharing that other one as well. I just wanted to show this in comparison. They also show units of measurement had their own symbols as well. It's a pretty complex system. Units of measurement shown here on the bottom row, and the scales being the first of them. So it's a very developed system. Now to go back to the other one, I will switch them.
It's interesting, you know, when you that one you just flashed there, like that little bowl, and representing like almost like a crescent, like, you know, this posture. Very, very interesting how a lot of these things sort of, you know, come back to what you can hold. It's a lot to do with the hands, a lot to do with your home, your security. So it stands to reason there would have been a lot of and like the bee clearly looks like a house, Yeah, in
It's on the side.
in this, yeah. So you can see how this is related to a house. If we look at some of the other symbols, I suppose it's very hard to say which symbols are dated to which time. We're guessing, right? Anthropologists are largely guessing, educated guesses, but largely guessing. Like the timelines of Egypt, they've guessed, but I reckon they've guessed really badly with the timelines of Egypt, right? Like,
Yeah, big time.
I think that's not a good
Yeah.
guess there.
It was likely to have been like a dog, based on the posture of it. Cats don't really sit like that. Cats will sit with their legs on the side, unless they're stalking prey. They'll kind of sit like that. But it's more of a dog stance, and that small human head on the front of it looks like they had taken off a larger head and put that small human head on there. It's made of a different red stone. So I think they figured out that there were two Anubis statues where the one Sphinx now lays. There was a second one that there's ruins of, but there was a body of water there that was like a reservoir that they had made with a fountain, and then there's the decay on the rock, and it seems like from the amount of decay that's there, it seems to be at least 10 to 12,000 years old from a time when they had rain, which was like a different time of the current ecosystem they have there, which is desert.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, I think it's like really interesting when we look at these old times, because like I've heard lots of different stories of like ecosystems. Like maybe Phoenicia had a lot of wood. Maybe they had a lot of wood. Maybe it wasn't all just a desert in those days. Does that make sense? Like, because they were building ships
to build all their ships.
Yeah, maybe that's how it became a desert.
Yeah.
Maybe they had like highly advanced cities. They had highly advanced cities, and they did what we did, right? They chopped down all the trees. Yeah. Duh. And now the land's like just ruined.
Forestry engineer Victor Schauberger, also a water engineer, showed that if you infiltrate the canopy of a forest and you take out the edge of it, and the sun is hitting through the canopy and hitting the roots of the trees, it's eventually just going to tear away and break down that forest and turn it to a desert over time. It's going to turn into a grassland and then a desert as the sun kind of bakes the soil and kills the microbes in the soil. The forest protects itself until humans intervene and start to segment the forest, letting the UV light penetrate through the canopy. So, but we found that it's really take cattle and bring them into an area that's been desertified, and just by giving them water and having them urinate and shade the soil by sitting down on the sand, by sitting down on the sand and peeing there, it is able to make life come back. And I guess they have within them grain seeds when they leave their cow patties there behind. So it is able to actually re-fertilize the soil and allow it to come back from desertification to become grassland and then a forest again, just by herding cattle through there and making them go there.
It's interesting to see a similar religious parallel too, because I think about like the dynamic between Christianity and paganism. So in the same way, Indy, you're talking about how like a desert creeps into a forest and eventually erodes it away. It's almost because you think about a lot of these monotheistic religions, they're desert religions, and the religions they're conquering are religions based in forests. In the same way, a desert takes over a forest. These desert religions are eroding away and burning and cooking away the forest of paganism, essentially. I think that's I just wanted to kind of point that out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's really interesting.
Huh? Did they just come from a desert place and learn to subsist like that? Or did they create that desert place because of the way they subsist?
I've been watching some kind of like stuff on like, ancient Bible history. And when they talk about like different stuff, they're talking about how the Israelites, they probably got a lot of different various myths from other places. So all the stories about Jonah and the whale and these like kind of lost at sea stories, a lot of that was borrowed more from like Greek myths. Like there's a lot of parallels in the Bible with like Homer and the Greek Iliad and other stuff. And like the stories of getting, flooded, like floods, they happen more often in Mesopotamia. So what I thought was interesting was that a lot of the stories in the Bible are actually sort of inspired by real locations. So for example, like the Sodom and Gomorrah story, the idea was these, the Israelites, they found this destroyed city and they're like, aha, God must have destroyed them for, being, sinners or whatever. But I just thought that's kind of interesting because it's like you can see that there's a sort of a geography of all these places. Like even like the Garden of Eden apparently was based on some real location, or like the fire of hell being based on the sort of the bonfire of Gehenna. I think you mentioned that before, Indy. Gehenna.
Yeah. To mention the hell in the chthonic realm, I've got 21 names of the underworld from different cultures around the world. So I'm going to start with in India, they have various names like Agartha, Patala, and Shambhala. Agartha is also sometimes known as Agarthi or Aryavartha or Asgartha. Then in China, we have Diyu.
Wait a moment. Can I stop you a moment?
Yeah.
Did you say Asgartha?
Yeah.
What culture?
In India, they've got
They've got the Asgard there, basically.
as the Agarthian mystery school. But if you trace it back through the expansion of different languages and cultures around India, there's the pronunciation of Asgartha was pronounced by some people at a certain time in a certain place. But I really like Aryavartha. That's got a cool ring to it. I haven't heard that one before. But I would like to look at the time period and the location of these different various names. I have to look more into that. But it does tie into Asgard, particularly, which is why I brought that one in. We have in China, they have Diyu and Xi Wang, and then Xi Wang, it starts with the XI. And in the Mayan civilization, they had Ji Baba. But in the Algonquin tribe, they have Chibialos, which sounds a lot like Chibaba. So, but also in the Mesoamerican ancient civilization, the Aztecs called it Mictlan, and the Incas down in South America called it Supe. Then in the Kemetic civilization of ancient Egypt, they had Amenti. Then there's another name, Rostau, and then there's the Aru, the land of the fields, where Osiris would journey to in the underworld. Also, we have Dispater, the Roman name of the underworld, and Hades in the Greek, and Sheol in the Hebrew, which is the name for the pit where the souls go. And then also we have the Klamath tribe of Native Americans called it Lao, and the Tongva tribe called it Tomalak. So there's a lot of various names in different stories along with the names. And then we have also, of course, Mu, also known as Lemuria, which remains as Telos below Mount Shasta, and Atlantis, where the vestige of Atlantis is said to be underneath Brazil, and Mato Grotto that's named Posid, like as referring to Poseidon. That's the last city of Atlantis, supposedly. But there's a whole mythos about the underworld civilization. And if you consider that maybe we're on the inside of the earth, it would be, the same meaning of pretty much as above the surface, so below the surface. So whether we're above the surface, and there's a secret breakaway civilization below us in the inner earth, or vice versa, as above, so below, there's civilization on one side and there's civilization on the other. But with this many names,
I want to point out, you said the word Jibaba.
Jibalba.
Do you remember saying Jibaba. Where is that from?
Xibalba is the Mayan name of the underworld from the Mayans, where Quetzalcoatl would journey through and die and then be reborn at dawn and rise as the sun.
That's very interesting because, okay, so let's use the Phoenician system, which like we have remnants of like in the Kabbalistic system to break down that word meaning, right? But we're going to use the tarot that are associated with the letters. So the G is the high priestess, the principle of initiation into the sacred mysteries, the secret mysteries, with that little doorway behind her, right? That goes into the secret sacred places. Then Ba represents the house, represents the magician, right? The ability to channel and control forces, yeah? And then we've got Jabbar and we've got Ba again. So it's learning to channel and control forces in order to channel and control forces, right? And we've got that R in there, which represents like the pranic forces of life. So it's if I break down the word Jibaba using this, it means like that initiatory process that gives me the ability to go into understanding the magical roots of magic so that I can use it to change things. Now, in the underworld, isn't that what you're going to learn in the underworld? Like transcendence and, you know, the magic came from the underworld originally. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The power, like in the shamanic tradition, if you're going into the underworld, you're going to get connections with your power animals, which are going to give you knowledges of how to utilize your personal power. And that is really based upon that principle of power, in the same way that, you know, the middle world represents that joining of the two principles, right? And so you're going into the middle world to resolve your emotional conflicts, to get peace and love, right? Healing. And you're going to the spiritual world to get wisdom, like insights into like the divine reason. Why am I here? What's the purpose of life? What's the meaning of life? So, you know, even like a lot of those words, like I was hearing them and that one just stuck in my mind, Jibaba. And in India, a Baba to this day is what you call someone that is a devotee of the spiritual sciences, right? So if you are an esotericist and you practice that full time and you renunciate other things in life so that you can pursue understanding the sacred mysteries of life and transcendence, life, death, everything, then you would be called a Baba. And they would add in the G on the end, right? So you've got G Baba, they call you Baba G. And traditionally the Baba Gs are the people that have insights into the nature of life and death. So they would have to have crossed into the underworld of themselves in order to gain that wisdom and knowledge. So like we can see how all these languages are somehow linked. You can see a link with India, a link with Paleo-Hebrew of the you know, of the Egyptian place, and then the links to South America. And so the one language can decode the other language. Does that make sense? Like you can use any language to decode any other language. Isn't that a beautiful thing, really, when you think about it?
It is.
If you have enough understanding of the fundamentals on the structure of that language and where it comes from, then whichever one can become the keys. So like we talk about the tarot keys, I'm pretty sure we can use the tarot to decode just about any language. And, you know, the G represents initiation, represents, now that stick that you see there in the G, isn't that like a prod? Like, don't you think about what initiation is? You're being prodded like a bull to go through this process of initiation so that you can come out the other side reborn, right? And the D represents abundance. It represents a doorway. And so what a doorway represents is new beginnings. It's interesting that they've got what looks like a right angle triangle there. Yeah. And I think that that's quite a particularly powerful concept if you think about a triangle, because a triangle represents harmony in a way, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, stability.
Like there's an element of harmony within a triangle. Like there's you, there's me, and we're meeting halfway. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like we're all like, it's all good. We're meeting halfway. It's like synergy. And so that triangle can represent that, which is what like Venus represents. The harmony and the balance. The scales, as Venus is in Libra, is scales. So you use a triangle with a line with two crescents to make a set of scales, right? Two crescents, one triangle, and one line. And then you attach your two crescents to either side of that line or that piece of wood, and with chains. And if they're balancing on the edge of a triangle, then you'll be able to put weights in them and you'll be able to measure and weigh things. So that triangle seems to be like, a triangle is how you measure things when you're building, right? Like angles and like, is this the right angle to build my house at? If I put the pole here, is it going to fall over? You know, it sort of comes back to one of the Freemasonic tools. And the hair would be a window. Now, okay, that's getting quite abstract, isn't it? The window, it represents the emperor. So what is this thing we're looking at here? Right? These three. Am I right? Haven't I seen the chief in Native American tribes wearing something like that with their feathers? Am I right or am I wrong? You're American, you should know.
Which one is it? The
H letter.
It looks a lot like the bottom of, well, the top of the symbol looks like the hay symbol, which is supposed to be representing a shouting man, which it looks a bit obscure looking at it the way it is. But if you consider that these things are on their edge, and if you kind of tilt your head to the left and look at them, that would be how they would look right side up. Although the bull would be upside down, but the bee would be right side up, and the hay is supposed to represent two arms in the air, and then the middle line is the person's head, and they're shouting out, "Hey, like help!" And so that's where that symbol comes from. But it also looks like the fence symbol, which is a similar looking symbol. Started off as a fence with three lines, and then later on just became two lines in one line. So that's where the actual H comes from.
Like when I look at that, it makes me think of a symbol that I've seen in Native American tribes that I think the chief wears. Like on his, they wear all these paraphernalia. I'm sure I've seen that thing written on their clothes, but the chiefs have them.
Yes. The man invented the Cherokee alphabet within the last couple centuries. And I think that's probably the Cherokee alphabet. It's beautiful.
Because it makes me think of chiefdom. But then when I look at that, I see that unconsciously connects with chief, which makes me think of the emperor. You talk about a shouting man with his hands in the air. Well, when the shouting man puts his hands in the air, everybody else must shut up, right?
Yeah.
I'm the chief. I'm the alpha male. I'm talking now. Be quiet. Hands up in the air. The chief is talking. Everybody must I'm bigger. I'm making myself bigger. And I'm making myself heard above everybody else because I'm the chief. What I say matters. Am I right or wrong? So it sort of makes you think of the Emperor tarot card. And on loose. So like you can like really see how these symbols carry certain vibrations. Like a shouting man makes perfect sense. The other one, which is a three-pronged, like I think of that as a thorn, which represents like a nail, which represents the Hierophant. So what is the Hierophant? Who is the one that glues people together in the community? That keeps peace within the community, right? The chief rules the community, but who keeps the peace? Isn't that what religion was for? Right? Your neighbor did something bad to you. So, like, your neighbor is now going to go and do a spell to God to ask to be forgiven. And he's now going to sacrifice a goat in your honor. Right? Think about it. So in the church, the fake in church, because he's like wronged you now. But in your honor, he's going to do this. And so now you feel honored because someone else is doing a ritual in my honor to make right what they've done wrong with me. And then I'm going to get to enjoy that sacrifice. Does that make sense? Like you can see how in ancient times, a Hierophant would have been the one that keeps the peacekeeper. The priest would have been the peacekeeper in the community and keeps everybody together as a proverbial congregation. So the chief makes the rules, tells us what to do, but within that system, there's going to be conflict. Who resolves the conflict? The Hierophant, right? Like when you've got bad feelings, you go to the priest and you give confession, and then you take the weight off of your shoulders, and then you can go back out and be happy instead of being angry and moody. So you can see how the Wa and the Hierophant are connected. And Z represents the lovers. Now, isn't that interesting how you've got what looks like an eye, right? And it looks like a thing that connects the bottom to the sky. So we talk about Mercury, the caduceus, right? Connecting the heavens to the earth. And we think about the lovers having the two trees, the tree of knowledge, a tree of love. So that card, the lovers, represents bringing two things together, right, in a single thing. And there we've got the letter I, which I think is not by accident. You see the letter Het or the CH there, yeah, at the bottom of the left column. That would represent the chariot. So, isn't that interesting? That could represent what the idea of a chariot. And the chariot is like transporting you from one world to another. In ancient times, there wouldn't have been a physical chariot going from A to B in a road necessarily. It might have been more a spiritual chariot taking you from one plane of existence to another. And so you see there's the two planes of existence right next to each other, two space squares. And so I reckon, like, as we go through this, we'll probably be able to see a loose sort of framework for how these archetypal symbols relate to the tarot trumps. And there's one more really interesting point, yeah? These 22 trumps, right? They represent the cube of space. I think I've mentioned it before. Are you aware of this, Indy? Cosmic? Have you guys come across this cube of space?
I don't know. Tell us more.
Well, I can break it down for you very, very quickly. The cube of space has got 6 directions going outwards, right? So at the center of the cube of space is the world. In the east of the cube of space is the Empress. On the south of the cube of space is the sun. On the west of the cube of space is the wheel. On the north of the cube of space is the tower. The roof of the cube of space is the magician. Beneath your feet, the cube of space, that is the high priestess. Then that's 7 directions, 6 outward directions and 1 going towards the center. centralizing everything, which is the world. Everything revolves around the world. So that's the 7 planets. That's what we call the 7 double letters. Then you've got the 3 fundamental principles. So you've got the Fool. The Fool represents the axis between the upper direction and the lower direction. So the Fool connects us with the Magician and the High Priestess to make a triangle as an axis. The second axis would be the axis of the Hanged Man, and the axis of the Hanged Man would be connecting the Wheel of Fortune to the Empress. And then the other axis would be the axis of the Judgment card, which would represent the axis between the Sun in the south and the Tower in the north. So those are the 3 mother letters, the 3 fundamental archetypes. And it is said that all of these others sprang from these 3. In fact, it is said that even these 3 sprang from the Hermit, but we'll get there. Then when we're looking towards the east, and before us there is the Empress, there is a side, there is an edge between the eastern front edge and the edge on our left-hand side, which is north. That edge is represented by the Emperor. And if we're looking on our right-hand side, there's an upward edge, which is represented by the Hierophant. Then our top, we've got a top edge and we've got a bottom edge. And the top edge will be represented by the Hermit. And sorry, did I get that right? The bottom edge would be represented by Temperance. And then if we move towards our north, right, we will see that the top edge facing the north is represented by Strength. And the bottom edge, while you're facing the north, is represented by sorry, the bottom edge when you're facing the north is represented by the Hermit. And the edge on our left-hand side when facing the north, because we're facing the north now, would be represented by Libra, which would be Justice. And then if we're facing behind us, the west, we're facing the direction of the Wheel of Fortune. Then on our right-hand side is that Justice. On our left-hand side would be the card of Transformation and Death when we're facing south, the west of the direction of the wheel. And then below us would be the Devil. On the bottom edge connecting the floor to the western edge would be the Devil. And on that side, it's getting confusing because I'm having to move around here while I'm facing this direction. On that side, I would be with my left to the principle of death, right? And on the northern side, right, there would be, sorry, not the north, the south, that direction. The southern side, you'd be facing the sun. On the right-hand side would be the card of that connects these two faces would be the card of Scorpio, Transformation. At your feet would be the card of the Moon, right? And above you would be the card of the Star, connecting the roof to that particular direction. And what have I left out? I've left out two. Behind us to the south right? No, sorry, to the west. When you're facing the west, you're facing the Wheel of Fortune, and to the bottom of that direction, you would have the devil. Above you, that would be Temperance, right? And facing the east, I believe that's the one that I've left out, on the roof, connecting the upwards, which is the Magician, and the eastern card, which is the Empress, would be the Lovers. I made a mistake earlier. Instead of putting the Lovers there, I tried to put the Hermit there, but the Hermit actually goes at the floor facing the north. So there you've seen what I've done. I've used all 22 of those images, the tarot, and I've created a cube that represents the 3 dimensions of space and time, the present, the future, and the past, and spatial orientation, by the 3 mother letters, by the the Fool, the Hanged Man, and Judgment, the final judgment. And then I've used the 7 planetary glyphs for the directions, and then I've used the 12 that relate to the base astrology, macrocosmic 12 signs of the zodiac, to seal the directions. And so these numbers 3, 7, 12 are not by accident, right? And isn't it interesting how at the center of this cube there is the final, the world. Now, can you see the inversion? Because the world is the center of the cube, but when we're looking at it from the physical backwards, we see the first, which is the Fool, as the journey. But when we're looking at it from the inside out to affect matter, we're looking at it with the world that's at the center and touching everything. But the inversion of that is with the Fool touching everything. So the actual way that the journey works is the way of the Fool. But the point of the journey is the world. So there's this, and that represents the Alpha and the Omega in this alphabetic system, the Aleph and the T. So in the English language, we've got at. In the English language, at represents the ah, the breath, and the t of the cross. So where does the breath cross and touch everything? While the breath, which is spirit and life, touches everything at the crux, at the point of manifestation. So that's why you say, where is that at? Where is it at? At is giving you coordinates, and that coordinates is a representation of how the life force is acting on a particular point. And it also represents the Alpha and the Omega as a composite symbol. And we use it so commonly in English language, not really recognizing. So this is also now the black cube. This is why the black cube was so worshipped, right? We talked about Mecca earlier, right? The cube of Mecca, the black cube, always been a big part of our ancient sort of mystery traditions. Well, the black cube is an expression of these 22 Phoenician things, which is an expression of the major arcana. Isn't that incredible? Oh, and one more thing. When you take those 22... That was a big fart, Ori. Hey? That's a Malamute farting right next to me. You know how big a Malamute is?
Yeah, big doggies.
I better crank up some incense fast. How long have I got? How long have I got, man? So when you look at the 22 Phoenician alphabet letters, they represent the 10 fundamental expressions of 9. 9 is the mystic principles of 10, and 10 is when 9 has come full circle, like Vincent was saying. The enneagram comes full circle, it rests back at 1, but it's a next octave of 1, so it carries the 0 point with it. And the 0 is not a number, it represents no number. So when the 1 carries a 0 point energy with it, it becomes exponentially larger, so we call it 10. So the 10 Sephirot are the the structures through which this manifestation is happening, that next octave of the enneagram, and that next octave of the enneagram is represented by having 22 relationships between these 10 experiential states. And when you compound that 22 relationships with the 10 experiential states, right, you then end up with a 32 paths. And that 32 paths represents internal as above, so below in the physical world. So as within, so in the world. So there's 32 of these principles within us and 32 of these principles in the world. Can you see now why the I-Ching has 64 hexagrams? Right?
Yeah.
32 hexagrams within me, 32 hexagrams. This is why some of the hexagrams have got broken lines. Some of the hexagrams have got fixed lines, because as above, so below. And you have to take account for the internal as well as the external to get a full picture. So they have to mix the internal hexagram with the external hexagram and put 64. So you can see how the Kabbalah and the Tarot, which represents it, that's why there are 10 different aspects of the minor arcana, right? And these 10 aspects of the minor arcana are the 10 numerations representing these 10, and they are copied 4 times. Why are they copied 4 times? Well, there is the yin yang of the outer and the yin yang of the inner, right? So they resolve itself into yin yang of the inner and yin yang of the outer, and those two resolve themselves as a balanced system expressing the number 10. So that 10 compounds into the 22 to become the 34 of the Tarot. And that's why you got the 4 suits, right? The masculine and feminine, masculine and feminine. While in the material world, we have active and passive principles. Within ourselves, we have active and passive. We got yang and yin within ourselves, yang and yin. This is why when you look at the yang yin symbol, you're seeing within the black the white and within the white the black, representing that these are reflecting perspectives on the inner and on the outer. And so they got these 2 little dots to represent the inner, in the big one with the big ones to represent the outer. Isn't it so beautiful? The poetry of, you know, I'm getting carried away.
Numbers of.
Wow, you got some beautiful pictures here. Tell us about it, brother.
Yeah, so from the cube, we can get many different things if we break it down. If we unfold the cube, it becomes a cross. And if we look at the shadow of a cube, it becomes a hexagon. And from that, they extract the Merkaba, or the Star of David, in the image in the center. Also, you can make a cross section in a cube that becomes a hexagram. You cut it across diagonally. But also they associate this triangle on the middle right with the Hebrew aspect of the cube breakdown. And I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I believe it's probably relating to the tetragrammaton of the name of God. And from that, I think they can compound 72 different names from the tetragrammaton.
Are you talking about the triangle?
Yeah.
With the yachts. Well, that is very interesting, because you see the 4 yachts. Mm-hmm. That represents the 4 suits of the Tarot. Oh. Right? So we've got the yang and the yin. And then we can see that we've got the yang, the yin, and they're coming together. Like it's the hair represents the container, right? So it represents the inner container and the outer container. Yeah? And the inner container and the outer container have the vav, which is the connection point, right? So that connection point is between the yacht and the hair. And the hair is the container, and the yacht is what is inside the container. And the vav is what connects what's inside the container to the container so that they are one thing. And the he then represents that this whole thing is happening again, internally and externally. And interestingly enough, the first primal name of deity would have been Ea, right?
Yeah.
So if you go down, the first you got the yod, then you got the Iha. That's what that word is. The Jews will tell you that it's pronounced Ya, but I'll tell you that it's pronounced Ya, right? Which we're going back now pre-Phoenician. We're back to Enki, aren't we? And so it's and then we got the Iao, which is the oldest divine name from most ancient traditions, the Iao, which is that Vav there.
Yeah.
And then we got the Yahweh, right? In the final name, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton. So like this also represents how 3 becomes 10. If does that make sense? Like you got 3 points pushing from 3 directions. Yeah. And those 3 points pushing from 3 directions become 10. And they are made out of 3 things, if that makes sense. And there's a scalability to this as well, right? There's 4 hes and 4 yots, and there are 2 vavs. And the one vav represents connecting the one name, the one series of yots and hes, and the other one, the other yot he with the vavs. So creating 2 fundamental names, the inner and the outer. So this is quite a beautiful picture to sort of like lose yourself in it as concepts, because that represents the hermit. So the lines on the right is the hermit. Then we've got the hairs. We've got the emperor. Then the vavs towards the bottom left. There's two of them. We've got the hierophant. So we've got the emperor, the hierophant, and the hermit together in a compound. And directionally, we're talking about the bottom north for the yots on the right hand side. The hairs represent the left joining between east and north, and the vav represents the right hand joining between east and south, directionally in the cube. So like there's like a lot of stuff to contemplate, like the directional forces within a cube as they represent the compass and the 4 elements. So yeah, that's like quite a symbol. But please do carry on, brother. I'll try not to get carried away.
Yeah, so the cube does actually go into all of the different religions of the Middle East. We have the cross, we have the Star of David, and we have also the black cube. So the association with Kaaba and Ka and the Ba seems to all trace back to the Cometian hermetic symbols of the Ka and the Ba. And so does it all tie back to a farther ancient mother civilization that was further along ago than we thought? Because the symbols seem to parallel and tie back to basic symbols of the hermetic principles and the different names of the soul and the spirit. So it seems to me like there's a secret connection beneath them all that's kind of evident by the cube that's encapsulating each of the secrets that most people wouldn't connect the dots on. But when we break down this cube, we can see that there's a lot more there than meets the eye. And so you can see that the breakdown of pulling triangles out of this cube, you could have a Merkaba facing this way. You could have it facing several different directions in there. And I wonder how many different permutations you could make with equilateral triangles inside of a cube. How many various Merkabas there would be. I know there'd be at least 4, but probably more like 16. Cube
Yeah,
does
man,
really
the
carry
cube.
a lot.
The cube is also central to European paganism as well, huh? Because it was traditional for altars to be a double cube, was it not?
Yeah. Yep.
Representing the cube below and the cube above. That
Yeah.
those, like, as above, so below, the macrocosm and the microcosm together. And so that double cube has always been like rather fundamental to all sacrifice. So yeah, I mean, it is really interesting when we start to like really break this stuff down. Have you finished eating your sandwich, Cosmic?
What was your sandwich?
Just checking. Cosmic's probably, he usually eats a sandwich around about this time. If I'm right, like I often like clock him like, oh, you're eating your sandwich, dude. But that's really interesting. I was curious to see what the cube, you know, relates to the Zophics symbolism. You know, the idea of cube representing space, and space representing a place where things can happen. So you could say that in an abstract sense, that hair represents the space where things can happen, which is what becomes the cube. And hence, when you're facing the east, the hair and the vav are your left and your right sort of pillars, you know, because they sort of structure the fundamental space of the cube that you're in. If you consider, like, you know, consciousness putting you into a cube that becomes space, and that space is then what we're sort of experiencing as, you know, squared. Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. And so, like, this, and this is very interesting. Like, when you add up these numbers here, right, in this triangular structure, so the hair would represent 5, right? Sorry. The vav, which is the would represent 6. Realize that the tarot, the hair is the 4th tarot trump. So when we're dealing with the archetypal fundamental symbolism, we're dealing with it like from an astral perspective. We're dealing with the mystical notion of it. When we're dealing with the actuating expression of this archetype, we're dealing with how it's materializing. So when it comes from 4, it materializes as 5. When it comes from 3, it materializes as 4, and so forth. So when we look at Yot represents the hermit. Sorry, Yot represents the hermit, and Virgo. So you got like Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, He, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet, Yot. You see that counts to 10. But in the tarot system, it's the 9th trump, right? The tarot system, the 10th trump is strength. But strength represents that serpent, which is the Tet, the T, which is actually the 11th, you know? So So that's like food for thought. Sorry, reverse them. Tet is before the Yod. So the Tet would represent the 9 and the Yod would represent the 10, instead of the Tet representing the 8 and the Yod representing the the 9, right? Where the Chariot would be 8, but or the Chet, which the Chariot represents, would be 8, but the tarot card would be 7. So all of these numbers are a step up and a step down. The mystic number is always going to reflect what the actual number becomes. Sorry if that's like complex the way I'm explaining it. I don't think I've explained it that well in that particular context. But regardless, the ideas of these letters that he's singled out here, which is that triangle with the 4 yots, the 3 hairs, the 2 vavs, and the 1 hair, represents 40. So the numbers there are 40 of the hairs, of the yots. Then the hairs represent 5, and there's 4 times 5, there's 20, right? That's 50. And the vav, the 2 vavs, represent 6. And so you go 40, 60, and the 2 vavs represent 12, which is 72. So the numerations of this triangle represent 72, the number. Now, I want to bring this back to the I-Ching, right? How does this relate to the I-Ching? In order to understand how the number 72, which is what that triangle is telling us, which is the numerations as they add up, represents the structure of creation from the perspective of the Gnostic creation. Now, the Gnostic creation, which is fundamental structure of like time, space, and reality, they are the 72 quinets, and we see this in astrology, which represents the map of the space. But there is a hierarchy to the 72. And the hierarchy to the 72 is as follows, right? There are 7 fundamental archangels. And these 7 fundamental archangels answer to the prime director. Let's call that the prime director. In this case, we could call him Azael, or we could call him Yaldabaoth, whoever we want to talk about, the top of this proverbial pyramid. And so the 7 archangels answer to this one, making a number 8, right? The rest of the angels are 64 angels. Right? Now we've just gone back to the I-Ching. The I-Ching is representing the 64 angels that do the will of the 7 archangels under the direction of the prime that regulates these 7 archangels, that these 7 archangels are under. So those 64 angels are what we are looking at in the I-Ching. Right? So that 72 in that triangle is pointing a finger at the I-Ching, a mystic finger. So like you can see how the I-Ching is embedded within the Kabbalah if you really like, and you won't get this necessarily easily from just looking at it using Hebrew Kabbalah. No, you've got to use Hermetic Kabbalah to understand this, because it comes from Gnosticism, right? And the Gnosticism shows the links between the Far East and the connections between this. And it gets even more interesting. When we look at the 72 quinets that represents the borders of time space, shall we say, the astrological perspective, right? Then within that 72 quinets, what do we have? Right? We have 12 zodiacal signs. And those 12 zodiacal signs carry 3 principles each. 1 principle dominant and 2 principles submerged. So I'll give you an example. Aries carries the cardinal principle dominant, and mutable and fixed is hidden. Gemini carries the mutable principle dominant and the fixed and the cardinal hidden. Taurus carries the fixed principle dominant and the mutable and cardinal hidden, and so forth through the entire zodiac. So when we account for the 12 signs of the zodiac, we need to account for each sign representing 3 aspects, 1 in dominance and 2 in submission. So we are actually looking at 36 elements. Now, when we compound those 36 elements and we put it into the etheric map, what do we get? We get 108. So now we're looking at the Vedic structure of the astral, which contains the etheric. And those 36 elements expand threefold. And the threefold expansion of the 36 elements is 108 as well. So that represents the astral field of the chakra, as opposed to the 72 quinets that represents the structured elements of the sephirot. And the chakra is the qualities that will flow through the sephirot, where the sephirot represent our central nervous system and the nervous centers in our body, right? Under the armpits, the 2 hips, there's nerve ganglia there. The nervous central system around the genitalia, just below the heart, the hrit, Padma as they call it in India. There's a solar plexus, there's a little brain here in the center of our bodies, right? And then each hemisphere of the brain has its own system. They work together in synergy. And then the knees. In the knees, you have a set of ganglia, a nervous system, series of nervous fibers that connect the feet to the back of the knees. That's why it's so sensitive there. And these nerves go to all of the organs in the body. So there's a very important one. So here you can see how the Sephirot works, right? That's mapping the nervous system into the body. And the chakras are mapping the endocrine system of the hormonal system, which is the emotional quality experience. We experience emotions as qualities, but the central nervous system thinks objectively in terms of logic and language. So we've got these two Ida and Pingala side by side principles operating in a state of synergy, once again representing the astral and the etheric, but within the physical cube of space, rooted in the body. India just deep dived into this triangle, and it opened up a whole lot of rabbit holes.
Yeah, it's awesome. And in addition to the 72 names of God, there are also 72 lesser gods or angels that God assigned to rule over the scattered nations after the various 72 tribes were exiled from Babylon. Also, there's 72 demons in the Lesser Key of Solomon as well. So, interestingly, there's a lot of occult numerology around the Capitol in Washington, D.C., and in the rotunda at the Washington Monument, there is an image of George Washington in the center with 72 stars around him, thought to represent the 72 fallen kings that have ruled over humanity since the fall of Babylon. But there's also a lot of occult prophecy that's being interpreted right now. Around 2025, the New World Order is supposed to take control of the world. And it's supposed to coincide with the a ritual ceremony sacrifice of the president and his resurrection as Apollo Osiris in the basement of the rotunda, having something to do with the phallic symbol of the obelisk of the Washington Monument and the buried obelisk beneath the ground outside of the Washington Monument nearby that's got like a sewer cap over it. And there's very obscure things going on there. If people have seen the history of the Washington Monument, they've seen that it started with this very strange, raggedy, old, crooked tree. And they built the base of the Washington Monument around this weird, crooked tree. And then they continued to build up from there later on. Originally, it was much smaller. And I don't know what's the significance of the tree is really, but I would love to figure it out. It seems like maybe they used that tree to hang people or as a magical place of worship or prayer. I do not know, but it's a very strange, obscure thing. And if you also look at the geometry of the roads in the parks, there's a lot of different occult symbols in there, like the pentagrams are in there. We have lots of different things with 5-sided stars and 6-sided stars within there. Also, images of an owl, and other various occult 7-sided star, representing the 7 days of the week, each associated with a celestial body. And a lot of people don't know this, but each of the days represents one of the celestial bodies in the solar system. Monday, of course, being Moon Day, and month being Moon. Mon coming in. Also, the moon is associated with minute. Min is the moon god, and so minute comes from the moon. And the second hand on a clock represents Mercury, the second body after the sun. And so in the days of the week, we have Tuesday, 2 being the war god, Mars, representing Tuesday, which is Miércoles, wait a second, Lunes, Martes is Martes in Spanish, so Mars Day, known as associated with 2, the Norse god, in English, the Germanic language. But then we have Wednesday, Miércoles, Odin's Day, Mercury. Miércoles in Spanish sounds more like Mercury. Then we also have Thursday, Thor's Day, which is Giovedi in Italian, which sounds similar to the Jovian moons, Jupiter moons. And then we have Friday, Freya Day, Venus Day, Viernes in Spanish. And then, of course, Saturday, Saturn Day. And that is obvious in English, Saturn. And then we have, of course, Sunday, the day of the sun. But I don't know what Sábado and Domingo translate to.
Sabado?
Yeah.
What day is that?
Saturday.
What language?
In Spanish.
This is what we were talking about. So like the Hebrews call it Sabbath. The English call it Sabbath.
Right.
Sabbato means Shabbata, Shabbatai. It means Saturn.
Yeah.
And it comes from the shin,
Sabbath.
the bet, and the ta. So like you've got these principles working together, right? That like the sh represents the judgment, the fire, The bird represents the powers and the potentials being moved, the magician. And that serpentine potential that moves through this, right?
Right.
Which is manifest as the world, that cross, the crux of Saturn that everything rests upon. That's the relationship between the T and the Th, which is a subtle one, because the Th carries the cross upon which. That's why if you look at the old Phoenician letters, the T and the Th have got a very similar, they're the same symbol. The one is inside a circle, the one's outside a circle, right? So we're talking specifically about the one outside the circle. So it's like the roots of that word.
And so Domingo means the day of the Lord. Domingus dies.
And what day is that?
Belonging to the Lord, the Sunday.
Now, don't you find this funny?
Yeah.
These guys were
They're liars.
Christianized, thinking that the Sabbath was on a Sunday. But
Yeah.
their actual word for Saturday has got the word Sabbath in it.
Yep.
Isn't this something quite funny? What's the word for Sabbath in that language?
In Spanish?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's find out. Sabbath in Spanish is Sabbath.
Okay. So you can see there's a clear relationship between that and Saturday, right?
Oh, it's Sabado. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a linguistic connection. So they've ignored their own language, linguistic connections to take on the Conquistadorians' word that Sunday is God's day. And then they're calling Sundays God's day by a name that is a derivative of the name of their Saturday. It's quite funny. You got to laugh.
Got duped pretty bad there, I think. They got the Sabbath day of the Lord, then they got the fake day of the Lord right after. Oh, man.
But it's amazing what you believe when people point a sword at you. At one, you know?
It's
Like
true.
those Conquistadorians were pretty convincing, weren't they? And then they
It's true.
put up their Catholic churches, didn't they?
What really makes
Just
me
to
laugh
make
the
sure.
most is how they translate the Hebrew names of these characters in the Bible to like Peter and Paul and like Mary, like so like white names, like ridiculous. Like I don't know. I just think they took a little bit of too much carte blanche with that.
The thing that I find interesting about the biblical mythology, because I was kind of like thinking about it, it's the only religious story where humans are direct characters in the story. Because I'm thinking about like Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology, Norse mythology, Hindu mythology. Most of the time in these stories, they're usually gods talking about other gods or talking about demons. You don't really see a lot of stories about humans directly interacting with gods in their day-to-day lives and being a part of recorded history. And I think part of what makes Judeo-Christianity so appealing to mainstream people, and this is something I've been thinking about, is that, you know, if you think about some of these other creation myths, it's like, oh, they're these far off gods and there are these far off, you know, beings, they're mystical. They may have some kind of parables that, you know, relate to real life, you know, like mother and father, brothers and brothers arguing with each other. But what the Bible does is it basically makes what it does is it's not that you're following a story. You are literally a character in that book. It's like, imagine if you were a kid and someone told you, not only is the Lord of the Rings literally real, but you're actually a character in that story. And I think that's part of the appeal of the Bible, is that it makes the believers in it participants in the actual mythos and the story, as opposed to other religions where they're kind of like the humans are seen as sort of side characters. And I think large in part, that's a big part of the appeal. And, you know, what makes it super relatable to people is that it's kind of like, oh, I can put myself in that situation. It's not stories about, you know, monkeys and bird gods talking about demons. No, it's just like, somebody, making pottery in the village just like me. So it creates that kind of mundane, down to earth relatability. And I think that's kind of one of the reasons why, in terms of the earth, one of the reasons it spread like wildfire.
Give me monkeys and birds over that any day. It's a much more exciting story. Even my boy can appreciate that. Yeah. Stories about monkeys and birds, and that must be where we got disconnected from nature. What do you think?
I think absolutely you're right, because I remember I was never really a fan of Christianity, but I still remember even as a kid, I love ancient Egyptian mythology, because I found the animal headed gods of Egyptian mythology a lot more cool and interesting and fascinating. And yeah, you come to think about it, it's almost like the Bible literally makes spirituality boring. No wonder so many people turn to atheism.
Yeah, it's like it's like they turned it into a black and white. They took pictures of flowers and made them black and white. And one of the flower's most beautiful attributes, apart from its geometry, is its color, isn't it? And colors.
Well, some people have tried to color again and brought back more lost things from the Bible. I know that we recently have found that the Elohim refers to the council of the gods, and it's said that it has a male prefix and a plural female suffix. But they say that the Elohim could refer to anyone who inhibits the spiritually unseen realm. Based on this stuff we see in Psalm 82, the council judges a god. A council of divine beings judges a god. In the divine court, the god's accused before the Most High. So there's other accompanying gods there. Now also we have in 1 Samuel 28, and Elohim is seen by the witch of Endor rising from the ground. I don't know if they came out of the mud or what that's supposed to represent. In 1 Kings 22, the prophet Micaiah witnesses a heavenly council that entice Ahab to his death, which is pretty morbid right there. We also have in Daniel 7, the thrones set in place, myriads attending him as the court convenes. So the thrones were like some of the angels. And then we have the council of principalities assigned for the nations. And I think that refers to the 72 angels that were assigned to the nations that scattered. And then in Deuteronomy 2, they have the sons of Israel, are a way that they refer to the council, the heavenly council. So they have ways that they hide these names and refer them back to things that's just then later supposed to be translated to only mean God. But it's been spoken out that the Elohim is obviously not just a single God, because there's entire councils of the Most High there that can judge other gods underneath them.
Yeah, the Elohim represent the so that this gets interesting. The Elohim represent the seven archangels, right?
Mm-hmm.
The seven beings, but not just the seven beings. You see, you've got the Seraphim as well. Now the Seraphim are like the spiritual beings of fire that surround the throne.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the as above, so below. So the Seraphim, when they're in I believe they're the same thing, but in a different office. It's like you put on the robe of this office, then you get out of the robe of that office, you can put on your armor, you go out into your work. That's the angel, the archangel. Does that make sense? Like different offices, but like the same archetypal structure. And it's these same 7 hermetic principles, right? And where mentalism is the principle from whence all the other principle derives, right? That is the first principle. and the other six principles act as a unit, and they're all one group, these 7 principles. And if you consider them as the whole set of principles, they become the 8th. Now, the 8th one doesn't do the judging. The 8th one presides over the judging. So this council is the Seraphim, right? But like that's the holy council that sits around the throne, and these are the ones that will judge you. But I believe that there's a very nuanced, subtle relationship between the Seraphim and the Elohim, and that they both represent these 7 divine beings in different phases of creation. And it is quite interesting that if you look at it, you can sort of get this impression of man. Let's take a look at this.
Apparently, in the New Testament, that saints will judge angels in 1 Corinthians 6:2-3, which is interesting. That man will judge the angels and just ascended to sainthood.
I think there's always. Go on.
They associate judgment with the divine trait, but no, go ahead.
No, I just kind of like wanted to throw one thing out there. Something that's always confused me throughout my life, and maybe you guys can provide some insight on this. I never understood why an all-knowing God, all-knowing, all-powerful God ever needed angels in the first place. Like, what is the actual function of an angel? If God can pretty much know and do everything already. And I know one of the answers is like, oh, well, the angels act as sort of like this intermediary between you and God, because God's so complex and mysterious, and angels are sort of like the bridging the gap between that. But if you look at the Old Testament, the Bible, God was speaking to people on a regular basis all the time. So that explanation doesn't seem to hold up. What do you guys think?
I think they're trying to build a narrative like the angels are watching you, but they don't really let you know or anything until it's the time of judgment at death when you go to the gates. I think they're trying to just build that kind of a narrative with it, really, because honestly, there's probably a more deeper mystical way to perceive this and interpret this. Now, if angels are watching over us, then it would give us an opportunity to kind of call them in for guidance, right? Do they give us some kind of a ceremonial, ritualistic opportunity to create that environment for ourselves? Not really. I don't really see that they seem to do that, but I do know in mystical circles that people will call in various angels and create a space that's protected by these angelic beings in their grouping of whatever they choose for their spirit guides. So I've been in some good ones, and I think that can have powerful application for self-mastery and being able to expand your mind and spirit, being able to have mystical experiences and visions, being able to reinterpret this and use these angels as a way to not wait until death to be able to ascend, but be able to ascend our spiritual mind here and now with their guidance by calling them in to protect us in a safe place and allowing us to ascend. Metatron.
Yeah, I think that this is a very poignant question, Cosmic, as well, and that the Hebrews have they've mashed, how do I put this politely? They've mashed their shit up and served it on plates for people to eat. I know that's a disgusting concept. Sorry for people, if there's anybody out there that's eating. I hope you can gulp it down. I hope it's not some weird kind of brown stew you're eating. Otherwise, good luck. But that's what I think has happened. And I once again, I think it's very clearly shown in Gnostic creation stories, which mirrors other creation stories. Like in ancient times, like there was always a being that was sacrificed. And from that being sacrificed, self-sacrifice, other beings would be born from that being, right? This is a concept of creation. And so the Gnostic idea is that Yaldabaoth was like ejected from his mother's womb, rejected from the fundamental primal reality into this zone, this indeterminate zone, right? As you call it, cosmic. And then Yaldabaoth wanted to create a copy of the divine planes. But in order for Yaldabaoth to create, Yaldabaoth had to have the potential to create. So Yaldabaoth had to split their body into different parts, right? And so Yaldabaoth first had to split their body into 3 parts, right? And those 3 parts then combined in nuanced forms to create 7 personalities of Yaldabaoth. And so that's the 8th archangel, or the 8th Yaldabaoth ruler, ruling over the 7 archangels. And then those 7 archangels had to create from themselves, right? Had to create from themselves a further 12 angels to create a wheel, right? And that's the 12 signs of the zodiac, where Leo and Cancer are the head and the tail of the Ouroboros, and the other 10 represents the polar expression of those 14, right? Well, 12, where the beginning and the end, the first and the 12th, if you imagine that like as one, that becomes a unity. And then the first and the 7th connecting to form one polarity, and then the 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6 forming the masculine and feminine forms of each of themselves to produce the 10 signs of the zodiac between Leo and Cancer. Hence, like you see our pyramids pointing between like Leo, Cancer, you know, the dude up in the sky with the sword, right? Or light, Orion. So this idea that these 7 beings are actually the being of the first creator. So the creator couldn't create without sacrificing the self, becoming a sacrifice. And from them sprang all these personalities. And all these personalities are expressions of the one being, but all individuals. And so that produced the 12. And those 12 each had a shadow of the first 3 beings created, right? So that brings us to the 36 points of the compass, right? And those are 10-degree segments. That's why you've got the first segment of Leo, the second segment, the third segment of each of those phases of each sign. And those 36 with those 3 sections became the 108 of the wheel. So those 108 personalities are what we see in India being expressed as all of these different deity forms. And then that within itself had to compound yet subdivisions of those beings to produce 72 within that structure. So like all of these beings are all like pieces of the body of the big one. It's like if you want to make a baby, you've got to sacrifice your sperm, and a woman's got to sacrifice her egg, right? A piece of her body. And then you've got to sacrifice your time and your energy to feed that baby, and she's got to sacrifice carrying that baby in her stomach and suffering like the acts of it. So life, in order to create life has to be sacrificed. So those beings are not actually separate to the primal fundamental creation. They are just different personalities of the same thing. And so we think of them as being different. And so, yeah, I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense to you,
It makes
Cosmic?
sense. But I don't know if it makes sense specifically in context with the demiurge, because I get what you're saying, the whole idea of creation of mother and father. But if we kind of really look at the demiurge and him seeing himself as this sort of singular character, being obviously the lion-headed, serpent being, it's kind of like a worm constantly chopping itself in half and making small worms. Like, because if you think about, there's reproduction in two ways. There's the way where you have a male and female partner with, different gametes come together and make a baby out of that. Or you're like the worm, where you take a worm, you chop it in half with a knife, and now you got two worms. Well, that to me is kind of how the demiurge sort of reproduces and creates this archon. It's like because he doesn't have that partner to create with, it's like he has to kind of chop himself up into smaller and smaller sections. So I think that's kind of like thematically interesting in that regard.
Yeah, and you'll find the same things in other tribal myths, very ancient myths, like Uranus was sacrificed. And in older stories, this is enacted, like the Celtic tribes. The Celtic kings used to have to impale themselves on their sword while standing on a rock on one foot, so that their blood could feed the soil. How's that for self-sacrifice? Can you imagine the intricacy of that feat? Yeah. And that was a thing that the kings would do. So I think self-sacrifice to create life, rituals, and you'll find that in many ancient traditions. And so we're going back to like the annals of why sacrifice. What's the story of the great bull marching across heaven and the sacrificing of the bull? And like, to this day, they want to find the perfect heifer to sacrifice, don't they? And it's representing, I think, those ancient, like you say, chopping yourself up to make more pieces, and then going, well, now I've got more pieces, I can build stuff. It's like Minecraft, isn't it, Cosmic? Like, take apart a building so you can get the blocks.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And then you can build other stuff with the blocks. It's basically what it is. I mean, my boy would grasp that concept. In fact, I'm going to just explain it to him like that. Little bugger. When daddy's on the round table, he gets away with murder, and he plays far more Minecraft than he ought to. When daddy's around, daddy's like an iron bar, like, okay, you've had your 35 minutes now. Tablet off. Next. When mommy's driving the car, it's like he calls the shots. He's like, next up, mom. That's where it is. Boys. What have we got you, dear indie brother?
Well, there was an influence on the perception of God from the Judites from the period of 930 BC on through to around 715 BC. There was a war between the Judah and Israel, where Judah was trying to regain control over the northern kingdom, and they kind of started to create this warmongering God and change their image of like a loving God to like a wrathful, punishing, judgmental God, and that made a lasting impression on how God was portrayed in the Old Testament later on, as a contrasting God from the God of love and forgiveness. It played a big part. Also during the times of Noah.
And who decided it was a bloke?
Moses had a dark time as well. So between Moses,
yeah, brother, I was saying, who decided it was a bloke, a guy, instead of a mother? When did we stop worshiping the mother and start worshiping the father? What happened?
Well, that's in the Bible. In Kings, they talk about Asherah and Asherah poles and all that stuff having to be burned. And there's another goddess, Anat, and then another goddess, Jezebel, the queen of heaven. They're all in there, but they've kind of mistranslated a bunch of their names and tried to hide them away, and they've portrayed them as not part of the monotheistic worship. You know,
Didn't John lose his head over Jezebel? John wasn't John the Baptist, like basically proclaiming that Herod's wife was worshipping Jezebel? Am I right or wrong?
yeah,
And so
I think so.
she wanted his head on a platter. Like, how dare you insult my deity like this? Have his head. And she got his head on a platter. Well, I mean that we don't know. Well, this is the story. There probably is some kind of truth to it.
Let's see.
And don't you find it interesting that the suffix of that name is Abel, as in Abel? And
They
yes,
say it wasn't about Jezebel worship, but it was about denouncing King Herod Antipas' unlawful marriage to his brother's wife, Herodias. But, you know, maybe she did worship Jezebel as well.
what was her name? What was her name again?
They don't mention the women's names. They hardly do. They didn't mention it here. They
Because
said it was
as far as
his brother's wife.
who was Herod's wife that demanded John's head? That's an interesting question. I don't know where I got that from.
Apparently, Herodias, because of her wicked actions, I guess that's her name. Herodias is described as Jezebel because her actions are wicked, similar to those of the biblical Queen Jezebel, known for her cruelty and manipulation. And like the thing that takes the cake for me is that, you know, the mother of all the gods and goddesses, Tiamat, is represented in the Bible as Leviathan, just like a sea monster dragon. Like, oh my god. So they really throw him under the bus.
I don't know whether I can trust this, because when you look at it, they say Herodias was not a pagan in historical context, okay? She was a member of the Jewish Herodian dynasty, okay? But her family's descendant, Roman-influenced lifestyle led many observant Jews to question their religious commitment. So what lifestyle are we talking about other than worshipping Roman gods? No?
Well, I guess she, you know, ran off on her man and married his brother. So that was frowned upon, I guess. Her loose ways, she like created the divorce.
I wonder what her family, I wonder if we can find out this information. You know, because I'm pretty sure that Herodias came from a Herodian dynasty, Idumean and Edomite.
Her name is Herod with the IA on the end. I don't think that was her real name. Like
No, but Herodias is the granddaughter of Herod. So who was Herodias' grandmother? They're lying to us. You see, you ask who his wife was, and they trick you. They talk about his granddaughter. Was her grand. They won't let you know. That to me is like almost like, that's interesting. What are they trying to hide, right? So Mariamne, she was a Hasmonean princess. She was a Hasmonean princess, right? So her name was Mariamne. And so who did the Hasmoneans worship? Um, you see, don't you find it strange that she was called Jezebel?
Yeah.
You know, why would she be called? So Jezebel was a Phoenician princess who lived in the 9th century BCE.
She was considered the wife of Baal, Moloch.
Yeah. That's very interesting, isn't it? I always find it fascinating. It's like what you can't find easily. And I'm like, why not? Because you would think that this has been Googled by millions of people, right? Why would we be getting misinformation like this? We're asking for someone's name and we're getting given her granddaughter's name. Like, you know. I always start to that's like for me becomes a rabbit hole. Like it's like a piece of pie on the counter you can't stop looking at. You have to eat it, right? Because it's just too good to be true. Well, we've been almost 4 hours. What are the last things? And I think Cosmic had to run. Namaste, Bernadine. I hope you are well. We're about to go, but I tell you what, we dropped some bombs in the show. You might enjoy it. My Malamut was next to me dropping bombs as well. Different kinds of bombs. Gas bombs. So I was being gassed by my dog. I got a bit drunk. But big love and big blessings. I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving. Are there any last things that you want to throw on the table before we crank the 4-hour mark, Indy brother?
I think we got through to a lot of stuff. Yeah, I wanted to mention that the Nagas are said to be from Patala, but it's also said that they're from Nagaloka. So I don't know if that's like a place in Patala or what. I think they accompany
Maybe
different
Patala
types.
is another name for Nagaloka, no?
Yeah, that's a cool name though.
Maybe there were different groups that called it different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one group of people called it Patala and another group called it Nagaloka. Maybe Nagaloka is what it is. Maybe Patala is the name of that particular place.
Yeah, I think
Because the word Loka means world.
Oh, it means world?
Yeah, the Loka means world. Nagaloka means the Naga world. But what was the name of the Naga world?
I don't think they called themselves that, you know?
No, you know what the word Pata. So Pata has got the roots coming from the word Pata and Pitta. It shares syllabic connections. Pata relates to knowledge. Yeah. To this day, if somebody asks you a question that you don't know the answer to in India, you say Pata nehe. Right?
That's interesting.
So
this part was the hell, word for hell.
And it's connected to the root word for knowledge, which is connected to the serpent. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. So it's like ignorance, dispatcher.
Yeah.
And pastor is wise. Interesting.
And so Pata means knowledge. And from that, we get words like Pata, Pati. So like Pati is like the root of patience. And patience is related to having wisdom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pataphysics. Okay, I didn't even know about pataphysics. I'll have to look that up. Thanks for that, Howard. The faith to move mountains. I think like all you got to do to move a mountain is convince it to move. That for another way of looking at it. You just got to convince the mountain to move. Like, come on, work with me on this, buddy. Like, I think you'd be much happier over there. No, I'm not quite happy where I am. No, I'm sure. Like, if you were to move just a little bit over there, things are going to look. Imagine how you'd catch the sun on that angle, and like you convince the mountain, it will move for you.
Exactly. I'm thinking about bending the spoon. Think about bending the mind.
Yeah. Well, thank you, people. It's been the 7 mountains. Yes, the seven fundamental spirits, the Elohim, the 7 fundamental spirits, the seraphim, the 7 fundamental principles of Tehoti or Hermes, the 7 chakras, and the 7 spheres below the spiritual firmament, that are operating here. So, yeah, sending you all big love.
Got to remember Archimedes that once said, "Give me a place to stand, and I'll move the world."
I like that.
I think.
Give me a place to stand, and I'll move the world.
Yeah.
What does that mean? There's something quite deep in that,
Well, some people interpret it as, "Give me a lever large enough, and I'll move the world," or mountains.
Yeah. But like, it's interesting, like to be in another place. Give me a place to stand. It's like, it's an interesting concept,
Give me a lever and a stand, I guess was the original quote.
Okay. A lever and a place to stand.
Yeah.
Big love, Hollow Bone Hawk. I will give you a call in 4 or 5 minutes. It's getting late. It's 10 o'clock. Big love to all of you. It's been an absolute honor. Indie brother, it's been an honor. Cosmic brother in the ethers, Om Shanti, it's been an honor. And yeah, man, keep it sweet, keep it happy, keep it flowing, keep it snappy. Big love, big blessings. Take it easy, not too easy, but just easy enough to keep you smiling. Om Shanti.
Blessed be.